right, what's good, man? Let's talk this boxing this morning. Hope all is well with everybody. Got a what's his name's fighting today? What's going on? King Jr. in the building. Tremaine Callahan in the building. What's going on with you, man? Adrian Vent, man. What's happening? Ain't no problems, man. You know what's in my head, it's coming out. You know how that works. If it's in my mind, it's going to pop out. I ain't holding it back. Dwayne Jones in the building. What's going on, man? B&B Boxing News. Mr. Pedrazor in the building. What's happening? He said, Brother Martin, salute. Hope you and your family are well. We are well, man. We can't complain, man. Can't complain at all, man. Life is good, man. It's a blessing, and we continue to grind, dog. You know what it is. What's going on? The real deal. That's why I tune in to you over a lot of people, because you do speak the truth, and I'm always going to be a Crawford fan, but I can't make sense. But I can't make it seem like I don't recognize some of the things you talking about. Yeah, man. He's, you know, it is what it is, man, with Terence right now, man. That's just, you know, I think he may have drank the Kool-Aid, man. He drank the Kool-Aid. Can I say? Looks like he's drinking the Kool-Aid. You drink the Kool-Aid, dog, you're gonna get red on your lips, nigga. You may spill some shit on your white. You know what I mean? Fuck up your shirt, because that's pretty much what's happening. You know, tremendous, absolutely tremendous fighter. He's a tremendous fighter, no doubt about it, man. But his public relations suck, man. Just absolutely suck. Dude, you could at least tell people that you want the fight, man. You know, you can go on about everything else you're doing, dog, but you can still act like you want the fight, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, give your fans something to work with, you know? I mean, because underneath it all, it's a lot of bullshit underneath it all. You know what I mean? Feature. It's a lot of that shit, a lot of bullshit behind it, dog, that can make people do things that they don't really want to do, you know? Whole lot of shit can happen. Excuse me. Whole lot of shit can happen, you know, that make you think, you know, in the media, this fight can happen, but behind the scenes, there's other things happening, keeping it from being the case. But that doesn't mean you just gotta mock your fans like that. I mean, because when you say you don't want to fight, you're past it, and you got guys like BFTB coming at you like that. I mean, in BFTB, man, hey, man, I got to respect that dude. You know, I decided I was going to pull back on Terence Crawford, man. I was going to be like, you know, and I did pull back. I'm like, you know, I am not going to just keep criticizing this dude all the time, dog, and blasting to this dude, because I know that there are things, you know, related to Bob Arum that are going to cause problems making this fight, right? Now, there may be some other things. You could argue that, you know, I don't see how you can argue that it's Errol Spence if you pay any real attention, because this guy is continually fighting champions. You know, his next fight is going to be Yordenis Ugas. The fight before that was Danny Garcia, which was a mandatory fight. That if it didn't get ordered by the WBC, it would have been ordered by the WBC. So, and it had been ordered by the WBC in the past. So he fought a mandatory. Before that, he fought for unification against Sean Porter. Before that, he fought a mandatory. Before that, he couldn't get a fight, and he fought Lamont Peterson, who's a former champion. And before that, he went to the UK to get a belt off Kell Brook. Like, I'm sorry, man. There's just no argument to be made that Errol Spence Jr. ain't out there trying to fight everybody, man, at 147. And I understand, and the problem for Bud is that the good things that he did at 140, dog, people ain't really talking about that, because you ain't at 140 no more. If you were at 140, cool. You know, then people would be like, shit, Josh Warrington, you know what I mean? Or not Josh Warrington, Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez. They wouldn't be saying anything about Errol Spence. But you know, you're not at that weight class anymore, man. And having Bob Arum try to pull the shit that BFTB laid out, and I did a video yesterday about it, and you guys can check it out, but on the real. It was an observation that was made by BFTB in a video that he did. where Bob Arum sat there, bold as day, just out there, said, I can envision a time in which Terence Crawford fights for the I can envision a time when Errol Spence moves up and Terence Crawford becomes the WBC franchise champion. Dude, that tells you right there that is a goal of Bob Arum. And Bob Arum is going to work that situation to get there. If he can envision it, what the fuck do you envision? You envision shit you want to see. So I'm sorry, man. When BFTB put that shit out there, dude, it's just like the glove shit for me with Fury. Like, no, man. You're not going to do that shit and have cats just sit by and watch you do that shit. You're not going to just sit and say, no, I'm not going to fight Sean Porter. No, I'm not going to fight Errol Spence. I'm past that. And then wait for them to say, oh, the fight's not going to happen. Let me move up to 154. Errol moves to 154. Sean moves to 154. They freeze Keith Thurman out, right? Because that's what would happen. Keith Thurman would be the only one there, and they'll just freeze Keith Thurman out and say he lost to Pacquiao, so why should he get a fight? You know? Hell no, dog. Hell no. You are not about to pull that shit, dog. It's back on. It's back on and popping, because that is exactly some shit he would do. Because they got those guys at 140. Much love in that super chat. My man Raw Gaming said Errol versus Crawford, Fury versus Joshua, Wilder versus Ruiz, Bud versus Pat. Who you got? Errol versus Crawford, Errol, Joshua versus Fury, I don't give a fuck. Wilder versus Ruiz, I don't give a fuck. Bud versus Pac, Bud. Garcia versus Tank. Haney versus Lopez. Sean Porter versus Bud. But specifically, the Tank and Haney, definitely Tank. I'm sorry. Tank and Haney. No, Garcia and Tank, definitely Tank. Haney and Lopez, I lean towards Lopez. Because I think Lopez is more, I think that pressure that Lopez can bring, I think that's some real shit. No joke. There's a reason Lomachenko wasn't letting his hands go, man. But honestly, that Fury Joshua shit, no, it's just not gonna happen, dog. If that fight happens, I don't care about the fight. Fury's a bitch. And you guys can fucking sit up there and not you, but guys, people can sit up there telling that lie. Oh, it's the biggest fight in boxing history. I've heard them niggas say that shit. It's the biggest fight in boxing history. Are you fucking nuts? Are you nuts? Biggest fight in what? Dude, they are literally saying that Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua is the biggest fight in boxing history. That is a fucking joke. It's not the biggest fight of the fucking year. Okay? It's not the biggest fight of the year. It's not one of the biggest 4 fights in boxing. It's not one of the biggest 4 fucking fights in boxing. Fuck up out of here, dude. Canelo Alvarez versus Spence is bigger than that. Bigger than that. Canelo versus Spence is bigger than that. Without a fucking doubt. Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury. The trilogy is bigger than that. Without a fucking doubt. Floyd Mayweather Jr. coming out of retirement to fight Manny Pacquiao is bigger than that. Without a fucking doubt. And I wouldn't doubt, and I suspect strongly, that Mike Tyson versus Holyfield 3 is bigger than that. Bigger than that. Bigger. Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr. did 1.5 million pay-per-views. 1.5 for Mike Tyson, Roy Jones in an exhibition. What the fuck do you think they're going to do in a rematch, man? In a real fucking fight. You may say that fight's not a legitimate fight to be the best heavyweight in the world, but if you think Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury is outselling that shit, you're fucking nuts. If you think it's selling more than a rematch, a second fight with Mayweather and Pacquiao, you're nuts. If you think Manny Pacquiao moving up to 160 to fight Canelo Alvarez is not bigger, you're nuts. If you think Manny Pacquiao versus Errol Spence Jr. is not bigger, you're nuts. They're all bigger than that fight, dude, because nobody in the United States gives a fuck about it. It's only big in the UK, and maybe you can sell it in the Middle East where somebody very wealthy will buy the fight. But guess what? They will pay more money in a minute for a fucking rematch between Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather Jr. In a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. Sit your ass down. We're buying this fight. And if you think that ain't true, you are once again nuts. Stop. I can name a bunch of fights in boxing bigger than Anthony Joshua Tyson Fury. Now, let alone bigger fights in the past. If you think for an instant that Anthony Joshua Tyson Fury is as big as Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier, or Muhammad Ali and George Foreman, or Muhammad Ali and Larry Holmes, and Muhammad Ali and pretty much anybody else he fucking ever fought, you're nuts. And you are selling people a bill of fucking goods, dog. C-Cut in the building said, "What's good, Martin? How are you and your family, man? We are doing well, man. So far, so good. It was a good day yesterday. I talked a lot of shit, and then I made sure after I talked a lot of shit that I walked out in the street and made sure I was in the public all fucking day. So anybody that, could find me. And I wound up having a good day, dog. Back once again. You know what I mean? So whenever you can do that, life is good. Diamalo Amir, thank you so much for your support on the channel and coming so early in the morning on a Saturday morning. I know that ain't easy. You don't think Britain gonna show love, though? Of course you will. Let me tell you how much love you're gonna show. In the middle of the afternoon, if it's in the United States. But I'll tell you how much you'll show if it's in Wembley Stadium, okay? Let's just assume that this fight happens, which honestly, I'm going to tell you something. If you think that guy whose name keeps getting mentioned is some big-time gangster, if you think that, right, and Tyson Fury denounces him to get a fight with Anthony Joshua, that guy is not a gangster, dude. That guy is a businessman, and that is it. For real. Ain't no fucking way no real gangster is going to let that shit slide. Ain't no fucking way. So, if Tyson Fury does that, you know that dude ain't no gangster, dude. You know it. Just like I saw a video that took place today. And seriously, man, if y'all take this as an insult, take it as an insult. I don't care. What's that guy named Tariq Rashid? Tariq Rashid? Is that his name? Tariq Rashid? Dog, this dude put out a video that I saw on Instagram. I saw on Twitter. Go check my Twitter. And I'm going to get back to your Britain question in a second. On Twitter. And the title of the show, of the video said, "Black man fights himself out of a crowd of white supremacists." Or he's surrounded by white supremacists and he has to fight his way out. So, you know me, I want to see the white supremacists and this black man whoop these white supremacists' ass. Looked at it. Thought to myself, what the fuck is this nigga talking about? This is some bullshit. Ain't no fucking way, number one, them dudes are white supremacists. Not like you're fucking saying. They ain't no skinheads. No way were they skinheads. Because skinheads are white supremacists, right? They are the quintessential white. So when I think of white supremacists in the violent sense, I think skinheads. Because I used to have this friend named Paul, and his ass is a fucking skinhead. We were cool in 7th grade. We were cool in 8th grade. And then he turned into a fucking skinhead. So me and him were no longer cool, dog, because he had some fucking problems in life, and he wanted to take that shit out on black people. So I didn't fuck with Paul no more, right? But that's Paul. Let me tell you what Paul would do. Paul would do, and Paul's boys, who are all fucking skinheads, couldn't fucking stand them. Them fuck boys better stay the fuck from around me, straight up, or we fucking mopping you asses. That's what we thought of skinheads. Real white supremacists. Skinheads. So I watched the show, and this is what happens. A black dude sticks his hand in the face of a white woman, white girl, stuck his hand in her face, like put his hand out, like fuck you, bitch, stuck his hand in her face, right? So what does she do? She slaps him, pow, in the mouth, right? And then he punches her, and she goes to the ground, and the dudes around her start trying to grab the black dude. The black dude starts punching everybody in the face. Boom, boom, knocking niggas down, right? I think that's a fair description of the fight. Meanwhile, and it's on my Twitter, go look at this. I think to myself, who is filming the camera? Whose camera is that? It's somebody filming from behind the bar. So I'm like, okay, you're in a skinhead bar, and they're holding the phone. I also notice that the biggest dudes in the room don't do anything. A dude clearly bigger than this guy, clearly bigger, doesn't do anything. He just looks at him punching people in the face, right? Knocking like 1 or 2 dudes down, and he's mopping these dudes, for real, mopping them. Dude got nice hands, bop, 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 knocking them down, right? And the dude beats people up all the way out the bar. That is literally what happened in this video. That ain't no skinhead, nigga. No fucking way. First of all, nobody fucking shot you. Nobody stabbed you. That ain't no skinhead. If you're in a fight with a skinhead, skinheads will shoot you and skinheads will stab you. Stab you is preferential. They prefer to stab you in the back. Okay? Or at the very least, take one of them multitudes of bottles out of the back and bust you in the head with it. And then proceed to kick the fuck out of you until you are dead. That's what skinheads do. If you do not believe me, go into a skinhead establishment and slap one of their women in the face. Do it. And you tell me that there's going to be somebody holding a phone and a bunch of big ass dudes watching you punch somebody? No. There will not be. You will get kicked into fucking eternity. No way. I've been around them. Ain't no way. That's like saying you in a fucking mob joint and you just gonna go in that motherfucker and slap an Italian woman in the face with all these dudes standing around and they're gonna stand around and no. What that was some people that knew each other. They knew each other. They frequented that bar. They got into an argument about some nonsense. This dude slapped her. Her boys jumped in. Her boys got their ass whooped, and everybody else stood around watching because there must have been some reason that he punched her. And they didn't get in it. So I was like, dog, I think you might just be reading this shit the wrong fucking way. Maybe not everything similar to what we talked about with the Koreans getting their asses whooped in black neighborhoods. Not everything is about that. You know what I mean? You can do some shit to get your ass whooped. And in that case, I think that dude that got his ass whooped and them girls that got their ass whooped did something to get their ass whooped, and that dude whooped their asses. And because they did something, the other niggas stood around, other white boys stood around and were like, hey, shouldn't have been talking all that shit. Hey, record this. This shit is funny as hell. Watch him getting his ass whooped. Jamal is killing this nigga. That's exactly how that shit went down, dog. So anyway, man, go to my Instagram, dog, because sometimes you misinterpret what's going on. But if you just look at the circumstance, you'll be like, that is not a white supremacist, dog. You're not in the middle. If that was down south and you're in Mississippi in a bar, in some bar with a bunch of cars on the outside with rebel flags, if you walk in there, I'm telling you, if you walk in there, Mississippi, with a bunch of fucking flags, Mississippi flags and Confederate flags out there, and by the way, a little black jockey sitting out there, because they got them spots, dog, in Mississippi for sure. They got spots. They got spots in Mississippi that straight up say, no blacks allowed. They are not going to give you no fucking food, dog. I don't give a fuck, okay? They still have those spots in Mississippi. So if you walk up into one of them bars and you slap some woman, dog, you will find out what white supremacy, what violent white supremacists are. They will hang you from a tree. They'll be like, nigga, what? First of all, clock, clock, boom. You know what I'm saying? Right in that bitch. Click, click, clock, bow. Who you slapping? Nigga, man, I'm telling you, dog, I don't understand it sometimes, dog. I don't understand why people just believe anything. So, will Britain show love back to boxing? Yes. You will show love to the amount of about $45 million worth of love. $50 million worth of love tops. Because you will have about 1.5 million, you might have 1.5 million pay-per-views at $25 a pop. And you will get 100,000 people and make about $10 million on your gate. That is why I say, yes, you will show love, and it may be the biggest fight in British boxing history since Ali versus the guy whose name I forget every goddamn time. Not Henry Cooper. Henry Cooper. Yes, it may be the biggest fight since Muhammad Ali fought Henry Cooper for the heavyweight championship back in 1964. They sold out Wembley Stadium as well. Sold it out as well. People acting like even that is the biggest fight in British boxing history. I don't think so. I think in a historical sense, it's still Tom Mellenwall versus Tom Cribb. That is the biggest fight. That was the biggest fight in boxing for 100 years. At least 100 years. It was the biggest fight in boxing history until probably 1900. So from 1790, roughly 1790, to the fight between Jack Johnson and Tommy Burns, right? Before Jack Johnson, Tommy Burns, the biggest boxing fight in history was Tom Cribb versus Tom Mellenwall, which happened in the UK between an American, Tom Mellenwall, and a British guy, Tom Cribb. So I don't even think it's the biggest fight in UK boxing history. Because on the real, Tyson Fury is nobody's Tom Cribb in popularity in the UK. Now I know the UK has a bigger population now, but it's just as what he's thought of in that community. Tom Cribb was bigger than Tyson Fury. But you got to understand your UK boxing history to bring a guy up like that. And most of you guys don't know your boxing history in the UK. So you wouldn't know. You don't even know who Tom Cribb is, bitch niggas. Do you? Do you? You don't. So shut up. Puppet. Oh, that is silly. Fannon, you're going to have to get in the ring and school these. Why would I do that? That makes no sense whatsoever. Why would I ever do that? Woo, Uncle Phil looking ass. You talking about me, Woo 36? You in a bad mood today or something? You in a bad mood, Woo 36? Fahim Sator said, been telling y'all about Bud for years, no smoke. You ain't lying. Fahim Sator is damn good at this boxing shit, dog. I got to say you, dog. Angry Brit said, he won't denounce him. That's for certain. Hey, dog. Seriously. Denounce him, dog. Like Eddie Hearn says, dog. You know what I'm saying? Angry Brit, dude. Look, man. I was on Twitter today talking to somebody about that situation. Man, guys are jokes, dog. Cats are jokes. They were like, well, of course they're going to have in the contract that he won't be part of it. You know, did you not hear about all the drama that took place at this event in da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da? And I'm thinking to myself, first of all, nigga, fuck you. Second of all, do you think that shit doesn't happen? Like, dude, you literally can grab a fucking rock, open your window, throw that shit out, and it's going to land on a gangster. Okay? Throw the shit out the window, and it is going to land on somebody that is committing a fucking crime. Okay? Nigga, please. Go to L.A. I promise you. Go to L.A. Walk down any fucking street. Take your cup of coffee and throw that shit. It is going to land on the back of a gangster, dog. Somebody that you define as a gangster. It's going to land on them, dog. Because this all it is labor. It's labor. And what you're trying to do is fucking put a label on motherfuckers getting paid, nigga. Dog, you're supposed to get paid, okay? You don't understand what these cats don't understand what the law is, which is what the problem is. Y'all don't understand what the law is. Every law that they have on the books is there because somebody is doing that shit. Every one of them. From jaywalking. You know why they got jaywalking laws? Because there's a shitload of people jaywalking. You know why they got laws against murder? Because there's a shitload of people committing murder. Same thing for stealing. Same thing for money laundering. Same thing for gambling. Same thing for all of it. The only time that you get familiar with something becoming illegal is when so many people do that shit that it gets run by you all the time. How many people go to jail for murder? I don't know. Is there 500,000? How many murders are committed in the United States of America every year? Solved and unsolved. They're all over the place, in every city, in every jurisdiction, right? In the United States, significant amounts of murder take place in every town, every city, every county, every state. Exactly. I know people that make full-time jobs of processing murderers. They're called homicide detectives, and you got them in every city. Their full-time job is tracking down murderers. So, seeing as that is a reality in the world, I want to tell you again what I said. Take a cup of coffee, walk outside in a busy street, throw it, and it's going to land on a gangster. There's that many. That many. They have 3 million people in jail. If you assume all 3 million are in jail, did it, then think, what is the percentage of people that get caught? And after you think, well, I don't know, how can I calculate the total number of people that got caught? Well, think about it in your own life. How many times have you gotten caught for doing something illegal? How many times have your friends gotten caught when you knew they were doing something illegal, like maybe selling some weed to you? How many times did they do that and never get caught? I would suspect that if 3 million people are in jail, there may be 100 million people that should be. That's a lot of people. So, when I tell you, spare me talking about what that dude does, when I know there are people in every city in the United States participating in the same thing. There is an opioid epidemic in every major city in the United States. Every town, every province, every parish, every borough. How does it get there? And do you get caught every time it happens? The answer is people bring them there, and fuck no. So get the fuck off of your fucking high horse talking to me when more than likely you're a criminal your fucking self. You smoke weed, and that is illegal in your state. You drink and drive. That is illegal in your state. You take cash and don't report it to the IRS. That is illegal federally. Suck a dick up till you hiccup, talking to me and the crimes that other people commit that have not been proven. I am sorry. I aspired to be a judge at one point in time, and I went through the educational process necessary to be one. And I know that a snitch is a bitch. Because to snitch, you had to be involved. And since your bitch ass is involved and you snitching, you worse than the nigga that committed the crime. Because you're a fucking hypocrite. So don't go running around talking to me about that dumb shit. I'm not a criminal. But I know that there are a lot of criminals. You guys are nuts. So, like I said before, if Tyson Fury denounces the dude, good for the dude. Because that means he's not a gangster. Like I'm not one. You can denounce me and nothing will happen to you. Because I'm not one. However, if you say we're a YouTuber and you said some shit about El Chapo, and you might have been a big ass, badass dude in Mexico and talked some crazy shit about the wrong dude, they may snatch you up and do you wrong on tape. like they did that dude in Mexico, popping off about the wrong dude. That's a fact. Mexican YouTuber talk shit. Mexican YouTuber. The guy had over 1 million subscribers. Very well known. Very well known. Little pudgy short dude. Fancy for talking a lot of shit. Rest in peace. And I'm sorry that that happened to your family. So if you tell me that that man is connected to all that shit and Tyson Fury denounces him and Tyson Fury goes on to a successful career and a successful life, understand that you owe that man an apology. Because by his actions, he cannot be what you say he is. He can't be. Because if he was, then anybody else that had an issue with him would be like, oh, you sweet. You're sweet. You're sweet. That's what happens in Chicago. And here's the lesson. That's what happens in Chicago, right? Somebody from Chicago tell me I'm not lying. Every time I've ever whooped somebody's ass, dog, every time, dog, it's open field day on that nigga. Every time. Because when you whoop somebody and you whoop them, right? Then everybody else is like, oh, you soft. What you want, nigga? And then they start whooping you. Because everybody knows now you're soft. Oh, he's a mark. That's when they start calling you a mark. Oh, you're a mark. Oh, you a mark. Let's whoop that mark's ass all the time. Every day you come home from school, dog. True story. True story. I got in a fight in Dillard in New Orleans with this DC dude. This cat from DC threw a rotten banana at me. Bow, hit me in the back of the head with a rotten banana. And I was like, dog, you can't, somebody hitting you in the head with a rotten banana, that's a fight, right? So we turn around and I start fighting. And I beat him up straight to the ground because he was a dummy, was up against a wall. So I just threw a bunch of straight punches to a wall and he just walked him right down the wall, right? Do you realize how many dudes whooped that dude's ass after that? He had to leave the school. He had to leave the school because he had talked so much shit and so many cats would be backing off because he's from DC and, he's got that, he's got that attitude and he used to carry a piece, right? That type of dude. But you know what them New Orleans niggas did to him after that? Just beat the piss out of him. Every time, dog. He was a mark from there on out. So, dude, no. Don't tell me that cats like that are going to just roll with that. Because he's got cats in Russia. He's got cats in Russia. He's got cats in China. He's got cats in Brazil, right? If he's that type of dude. Even though it makes no sense to me, because why would he be involved in boxing if he's that type of dude? I don't know, dog. You guys talk a lot about gangster shit and being a student of it from Chicago, because, Al Capone is from Chicago. Them Irish dudes were in Chicago, right? And you always have movies made about it and, all that shit. So they got a museum, an Al Capone museum. So you get taught a lot about how those dudes move, specifically Sicilians. You get a lot of talk about how Sicilians move, right? Because Sicilians are so prominent in Chicago. And last time I checked, Sicilians, dog, you may fuck up today and you may slide today, tomorrow, and the next. You may slide for 5 years, homie. You're not going to slide 10 though. You're not going to slide a decade, but you could slide some years. You know what I mean? You can slide some years. I know of cats that, they slid for some years. But like Horshack says, when you least expect it, expect it. Like Horshack say, when you least expect it, expect it. That's how those guys roll. We don't roll like that. Black people, we don't roll like that. We got explosive tempers, and We're going to take care of it right now. Right? If that's what they say. If you got a disagreement, how do you handle it? You talk to that man personally. You talk to him right now. Not everybody deals like that. Some people say, let that shit die down and wait. That's where they say, where are you going to be in 10 years? When somebody says that to you, where are you going to be in 10 years? Dead or in jail? Dog, that may be their intention. That may be their intention, to pencil whip you to death. I know for damn sure that that's how that shit works in those schools. You fuck around, they will blackball the fuck out you, dude. You will not get no jobs. You will have all kind of problems out them dudes. You fuck around and piss off, like say, for example, you were to piss off Mayor Daley, right? I don't know. That's the example that comes to my mind. Mayor Daley. If you were to piss off Mayor Daley, and I respect Mayor Daley. That's my mayor, is Mayor Daley. Till the day I die, swear, that's my guy. But if he don't like you, dude, your business is woe on your businesses. Woe on your businesses, dog. And I don't really care where you are. Woe on your businesses. Because that means the Kennedys don't like you. If the Kennedys don't like you, that means half the Fortune 500 don't like you. You see? Like that. If Daley don't like you, the Kennedys may not like you. The Kennedys don't like you. Half the fucking U.S. Congress and Senate don't like you. If half the Senate and the Congress don't like you, ain't no Fortune 500 businesses ever gonna fuck with you. That's what they do. They're not gonna allow you to slide on that. So, and that is just in common lore, isn't it? That is common lore. That is as it is explained in political science, right? John Henrik Clark, one of the greatest minds in Black America, said that. Black Americans have no allies. We have no allies, only interests. What is that? What is that? Sounds like somebody knows how the world works. Anyway, man, I don't have a political science channel, so sometimes I got to get into the political science. Martin, I got your super chats. Hey, Raw Gaming, Fannon on recorded videos. Let's get it right into this video. Fannon on live streams, light-skinned Tupac. Ah! No, dog. No. I'm a light-skinned dog. You know who would be my rapper, dog? I would like to be my rapper spirit. I think I used to want Method Man, dog, but I want Nipsey Hussle now, man. God, dog, I like Nipsey Hussle, man. I think I listened to Young Nigga at least 50 times yesterday, dude. That, Young Nigga, the song Young Nigga by Nipsey Hussle. Man, I listened to that shit over and over and over and over again, dude, because that shit is so on point. I don't really relate to Tupac like that, but I swear to God, I relate to Nipsey Hussle. And I ain't even one to really like young rappers. But dog, when that cat said, what did he say? What would make you, the first lines of that shit, what would make you go and get it? What would make a nigga go and get it? Dog, I was just like, yeah, what would make a nigga go get it? Like, because that's what we got to do, man. We got to go get it, man. Like, man, YouTube aside, all this shit aside, like I'm talking to you like I'm my son, man. Like you my son, man. Dog, we got to go get it, man. We got to stop all this bullshit, bro. We got to go get it, man. These other niggas go get it. We don't go get it, man. We sitting back talking 9 times out of 10. That's who I think the coons are. 9 times out of 10, dog, cats sitting back there complaining about what niggas is doing to us. Like, nigga, we ain't got the ability to punch a nigga in the mouth. Like, what the fuck you talking about what they doing to us? Dog, what we doing to them? There ain't no need. That's why I fuck with that dude. He was like, fuck stay safe, stay dangerous. I love that line. Fuck stay safe, stay dangerous. Stay intellectually dangerous. I'm intellectually dangerous. I don't want you to be able to get shit past me. Ever. You know what I mean? You can whoop my ass, nigga, but you ain't getting shit past me. I don't trust you. My people don't trust you. You ain't gonna outthink us, never. And that's the thing, dude. If we just don't let them outthink us, never. There ain't nothing else you can do. That shit completely overcomes white supremacy, man. Completely blows it away. Just, it's gone, dog. It's gone. We can get rid of it in our own heads. Boom. Like that. It's gone. And they will live in it. But we won't. Because they're not superior to you. And the first person that's got to believe that is you. But if you let them be superior to you, then they will be. But the world, the universe, fuck the universe, all is mental. All is mental. It's all mental. Your athletics is mental. The greatest athletes are usually the smartest. The greatest of anything are usually the people you call the smartest, because they're the ones that use reason and logic to define their path, and not just blind, dumb repetition. Anyway, man. Ra, I'm not Tupac, dog. I am 24 years older. No, 26 years older. 28 years older than when he died. Tupac was a young man. Did not get the opportunity to mature to the point that I've matured. He was not given that opportunity. Martin Luther King died 14 years younger than I am right now. Same thing for Malcolm X. I am positive Medgar Evers is significantly younger than me when he died, which is when I came up. I always thought, in order to do the most that I can do for black people, my number one priority is to live. Because the one great failing of Malcolm X is that he died. It is the great failing of Tupac that he died. He should have been able to live longer so you can do more. And you can get to your position and meet your potential. Because for sure, if you live to 90 years old and you do everything that you can do until you're 90, you have reached your potential for sure. You can't say that for people that pass away in their 20s. No matter how much you love the music that they gave. He's a young man. He was younger than me when he passed. And he was playing with gangsters. They were playing with gangsters. I know that for sure. They were definitely playing with gangsters. I knew not to play with gangsters. For real, I don't play with them. I don't. Once somebody joins an organization and I know that he's a member of that organization, I know that the problem will be with the organization. When you have basketball players hang with basketball players. You're going to have problems with basketball players, which means you're going to have problems with guys that are athletes, that are 6'5", 6'6", right? Loosely affiliated because they're always competing with each other, which makes them weaker, right? But still, they're an organization. You have to analyze them and know what they are, right? In our situations where I was, the athletes were nothing to worry about. They were just, they were just popular. And other than being popular, that was about it. Because if they ever got out of line, we're going to break their back. You know what I mean? And that's from the noops, just in college. And the same thing in high schools. When you hanging out with you and your boys, the athlete, the quarterback may be popular and get all of that. But if they go over by Triangle Park and they start talking crazy, we're going to beat you up. But when you have somebody that is a vice lord, that's a different scenario. You got to judge whether or not that dude's a real vice lord or whether he's, just false flagging or exaggerating who he is. 9 times out of 10, they're going to be exaggerating, though. Most times they're going to be exaggerating because the guys that are really like that will never say that they're like that. They're usually just bumping off at the lips and you ignore them. Most guys that start talking all that bing, bang, bing shit, that's okay. You're a clown. You're a clown. And I don't really have to worry about you. I'm not going to get in it with you. I'm going to leave. But nah, you're not that nigga. You're not that nigga. That's because how they act. But, I think Tyson Fury, like I said, man, if he denounces the dude, then that dude is not what that dude says he is. If I denounce my father, and we're not like that, we're businessmen. But if I denounce my father, dog, it's over between me and my father, dog. He'll never forgive me for that. Ever. There's no way I could be out in public and denounce my father, criticize my father, and he's going to forgive me for that. Because the deal is, I don't care if I'm wrong or not. I care if you support me. You're not out here to criticize me. I have plenty of enemies to criticize me. I don't need my son criticizing me in public. So you don't do that because there's really no coming back from that. When you do that, you see what I'm saying? So, but if, somebody else, I was to do that to somebody else and we would be cool, then that's not my father. Because my father would never do that, man. And I would never do that with my father. My father would denounce me in public. Then he and him, That's the code, man. And it all comes off respect. I respect and I'm deferential to him. So I just can't see it, dude. I can't see it. And the reason I say it's important is because if they're saying this guy can't do business in the United States of America, right, or other places because he's this big bad gangster, but then Tyson Fury does something like that to him and it's cool, then you can't tell me that he's some gangster, man. Not by any definition that I've ever heard the word used. Never. You can't, even piddly niggas that I think are piddly. Not piddly in a way that I would disrespect them individually, but dog, if you standing on a corner selling a dime bag, you not the man, nigga. You just not. You not. I'm not, no disrespect, nigga, but you not that dude. You talking, but you not that dude. You not that dude. The nigga is over there in the house. He's right there in that house, dog. And it's that old lady right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk to that lady's house. And I'm going to say, excuse me, ma'am. I'm sorry. I know I'm not from this neighborhood, but can you tell me where the store is? And can you tell me how to get out? And she'll say, yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. That's the store right there, baby. And you take that street right there, baby. And that's going to take you right to Canal, baby. And I'll say, thank you, ma'am. And I will walk past every one of them clown-ass niggas with guns. And keep moving. And say, what's up, bro? Thanks, man. Respect. Respect. And I'm going to get out of there. No doubt about it, nigga. No doubt about it. I'm getting out of there. You know why? Because she recognized that I knew who she was and I had enough sense to talk to her, which means I'm at her house, which means anybody watching me saw me at her door. She's not then going to allow anybody to hurt me after I paid respect and acknowledged my presence. Why would somebody disrespect you? That's how you get through Bensonhurst. And most times cats die like in Bensonhurst, or people die in like Cicero, or people die in Lombard, Illinois. Because trust me, where I was from, if you were a black kid and you walked around the neighborhood that I grew up in, nigga, you might get done. The only reason that I could do that is because I lived there and they knew who I was. But if I was walking around past the Maestros, if I'm walking by, if I'm walking by the Bargers and the Minnix and they don't know who I am, that's going to be a problem, dude. You're going to get a policeman to pull up to you at the corner and they're going to ask you why you're there. And if you don't have an acceptable explanation as to why you're there, they're going to put you in that car and they're going to take you to Maywood. If you're lucky, they will take you to Maywood. They will drop you off and take you over there. Or they're going to process you and you're going to have somebody come get you. That's what happens if they don't know you. And a lot of times people will think that's just blatant racism, but it's really not. It's in that scenario that I grew up in, it was not. What it was you're not from here. And we don't see any good reason for you to be walking around. And you could say to them, well, it's a public street. I'm walking down a public street. And they will think to themselves, you're walking down a public street to where? For what purpose? None acceptable to us. So that's just what I'm saying. Yeah, Chi-Town in the house. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. And that's common sense, which a lot of people don't have, man. I'm sorry. So Tyson Fury is one of these dudes. He does not have common fucking sense. He doesn't. There's no way. There's no way he has common sense. This shenanigan that he pulled has so many ramifications. That shenanigan, I bet you, and I'm calling it shenanigans. And the cats, where I'm saying shenanigans, I mean, dog, shenanigans. Shenanigans. Those shenanigans that he pulled have had just stupid consequences. It's holding up a bunch of people's money. It's ruining a bunch of people's reputations. It's putting stress on a whole bunch of situations. That all Tyson Fury has to do is fight Deontay Wilder. Literally watching this I don't know which is dumber. What's going on with Terence Crawford or what's going on with Tyson Fury. But you know what both of them have in common? Bob Arum. Both of them have him in common with it. Bullshit. Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury could have had that fight, and that shit could have all been done if Bob Arum did not get involved. This fight with Errol Spence Jr. and Terence Crawford could go down without a problem if Bob Arum was not involved. Tyson Fury becoming involved with Bob Arum was the main problem. Bob Arum found money to take Tyson Fury away from Showtime and to hold up a huge fight. Everybody, for the most part, loved Deontay Wilder. Tyson Fury won. Even though, after the fact, the glove came out, but everybody, for the most part, was like, that was a good fight. What happens? Bob Arum gets involved. When Errol Spence talks about Terence Crawford, what does he say? The problem is Bob Arum. Bob Arum. Bob Arum. What was the problem with Floyd Mayweather's career early on? Bob Arum. What was the problem, and how the fuck did Oscar De La Hoya get into a situation that he only had $25,000 in his pocket after all the money he made in the first phase, early phase of his career? Bob Arum. Regis Prograis was in a fight, fighting for the WBC title, was supposed to get a shot for the WBC title against Jose Ramirez. Why didn't Regis Prograis get his shot? Bob Arum. Rigondeaux, one of the greatest fighters that I have seen at 122 pounds, was blackballed for the productive years of his career. Why? Bob Arum. Bob Arum, Bob Arum, Bob Arum, Bob Arum, Bob Arum. I could go on and on and on about the problems in boxing connected to Bob Arum. And you all still take his word to mean shit. You deserve the mistreatment, bud, because you fuck with Bob Arum. That is your problem. You fuck with Bob Arum. And Bob Arum does not fuck with black people. And you can say he gives you your every once in a while token black dude in his organization, but for the most part, no black fighters, bud. No black fighters, bud. And what are you doing? No black fighters, bud. Jeff Horn, not black fighter, bud. Is he? Jeff Horn, no. Amir Khan, no. Jose Benavidez, no. Kell Brook, no. British. When it comes to Sean Porter, you fighting him? No. Errol Spence, you passed it. Egis Kalvanakis, sure, no thing. Maybe you see it, maybe you don't. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But Bob Arum, according to Cameron Duncan, I do believe, or some matchmaker in his organization, had on bulletin boards, no black fighters. Why does Floyd Mayweather Jr., why is he treated like a nobody at Top Rank and then turn into the biggest superstar since Ali? Oh, he got out from underneath no black fighters. Bud's problem is that he fucks with and trusts Bob Arum. And that is his whole and complete problem. Bob Arum and Oscar De La Hoya sued the PBC for $500 million, claiming they had a monopoly and that they were a monopoly and that they were violating the Muhammad Ali Act. But yet, Bob Arum can threaten Teofimo Lopez in boxing scene. Threaten that boy. I was livid. Livid. Completely changed me to supporting Teofimo Lopez. When Bob Arum threatened to blackball him because he didn't do anything illegal, he just wanted his money. Say what you want about Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney. Teofimo Lopez deserves his money. If you promise him $1.25 million for 3 fights, that is $3.75 million that you owe him every year. If you don't pay it, that is breach of contract. Your risk based on the pandemic is not his problem because he has to feed his kids. He has to feed his father's kids. He gets to fight, which is why he took him to purse bid and got millions more than he would have gotten. But do you know what Bob Arum tried to do? Tried to get Eddie Hearn and Matchroom to agree not to compete in the purse bid. He tried to fix the purse bid by collusion with Eddie Hearn, and Eddie Hearn said no. According to reports. And Triller said, fuck no, I'll take the fight. Bob Arum is every bit as bad as Don King. Every bit as bad. Every bit as bad. The Muhammad Ali Act was formed to stop him. Him. Not Don King, him. Him. He is worse than Don King because Don King actually paid fighters large sums of money. Unlike Bob Arum, who has depressed the value of boxing. Depressed it. When Don King was running the heavyweight division, those guys at the top of the division were regularly making $30 million. Regularly. Mike Tyson earned $30 million regularly. Lennox Lewis earned $30 million regularly. Muhammad Ali made more money in the 1974 in real dollars, not adjusting for inflation, than Dillian White makes now. $5 million for me, $5 million for George. And let's not even talk about that, you schemers. Muhammad Ali fought George Foreman for 50-50. 50-50. Ali was way bigger than him. Way bigger. No way that fight is going to Zaire without Muhammad Ali. No way. And Muhammad Ali gave that man 50-50. He didn't complain and say, no, I'm Muhammad Ali. It's $10 million. I deserve 8 or I'm not fighting. He said 50-50 and I'm fucking him up. Are you Guys cutting deals with people that will say, I'll pay the money. You give them 50-50. Now, they talk all that shit. All that shit about Sesi Mobutu. All that shit. But that man came out of his pocket for $10 million and split it evenly between two black men. And they shit on him all through the movie. They're in this gigantic celebration with a bunch of happy Africans, and they paint it like he is some demon that hates his own people, even though he got them the biggest fight in boxing history and brought it to Africa out of his own pocket. Because if you don't think Sesi Mobutu got $10 million in lint in his fucking pockets, you're nuts. He's a king. Sesi Mobutu took that money out of his own fucking pocket. Oh, but he took it from the African people that are starving. No, the fuck he didn't. He took it out of his own fucking pocket, homie. You just can't believe that a man like Sesi Mobutu got dough like that. But guess what? Sesi Mobutu got a fucking country. He got the money, nigga, right out of his pocket, just like Bill Gates does. You think Bill Gates got more money than Sesi Mobutu? Why? Why? Why would he have more wealth than Sesi Mobutu? All he does is flip fucking software. This dude got gold buried in his land. Diamonds buried in his land. Cobalt buried in his land. Trees in his land. Rivers in his land. And if he ain't got it, his cousins got it. But they painted that man as if he was some scoundrel. He's a warrior, is what he was. A warrior. And you may not like what he fought for. I may not like it. But I know, nobody doubts that Putin got $10 million to spit. Pooh, there's your 10 mil. You know why? Because he's got printing presses, homie. He got printing presses. Straight printing presses. You need how much money? Go dig it up. No worries. How much money you need? You need 100 billion? Oh, no worries. Here, you take this plot of land and dig. What you get, take it out. We're going to put them in these buffing machines. We're going to buff them. And then you're going to take these rocks and go take them to Russia. And you're going to sell them for $500 million. That's what Sesi Mobutu could do to get $10 million with no problem whatsoever and not steal a fucking thing from any fucking body. And Don King is the bad guy. Don King is the bad guy. Why won't Bill Gates do that? Bill Gates is out there running around Africa trying to save the fucking world. Why don't you go to Baltimore, Bill? Why don't you go to Baltimore? Go to Baltimore. There's a lot of power in Baltimore. A lot of power. A lot of power. You can get a president elected out of Baltimore. No problem. Because if you can get Baltimore, then you can get D.C. If you can get D.C. and Baltimore, then you can get Philly. If you can get D.C., Baltimore, and Philly, you can get Boston. If you can get D.C., Boston, Philadelphia, and D.C., you can get New York. If you can get New York, you can get Florida. If you can get Illinois, you can get Ohio. Why wouldn't you invest in boxing, Bill? Why wouldn't you? Seems like it's worth $100 million to me. Easy. Easy. Worth $100 million easy. Construction contracts alone. Construction contracts alone. You'll make that money back. Easy. Like that. Easy. We'll just repair 55. We'll just resurface 10. From New Orleans all the fucking way to Houston. We'll just resurface it and give you the contract. You'll compete for it. Competitive bid. You'll be a subcontractor on all the competitive bids. All of them. So if anybody wins, you're going to get paid. Because you're a subcontractor on every one. Why? Because you're supplying the raw materials. You're going to give a discount to the state on concrete. And then because we want your concrete, we are going to be able to justify a sole source for the concrete. But we're going to pass through the sole source contract for the concrete through local vendors. Explain to me why Bill Gates wouldn't give $100 million and split 50-50 between Errol Spence and Terence Crawford in Dallas. Why wouldn't he do it? Because he's dumb. That's the only reason he wouldn't do it. They do it all over the world. Sports diplomacy is what they call it. Sports diplomacy. Do you think Bob Arum is interested in anybody's sports diplomacy? No, they're not. So what do? They decrease the value artificially of American fighters. And they load the Olympics. We don't get gold medals. We aren't featured as top amateurs. We're not. I'm doing an expose on that. We're going to do one on the Black Murderers Row so we can tell you how they did the Black Murderers Row. And you rock with Bob Arum. You rock with him. You rock with this dude. I wouldn't have Bob Arum on my channel for nothing. No disrespect to people that do, though. I wouldn't have that nigga on my channel for fucking nothing. Couldn't pay me. Could offer me $10 million. $10 million for an interview with this dude. I would think about it deeply before I took it. No way. That money ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth the money. No way. People got on me for acting like I was rocking with MTK Global. You tell me a fighter that MTK Global blackballed. Put it in the comment section. Put it in the comment section. No, I would not take $10 million for nothing from Bob Arum. No fucking way. First of all, I've got enough money to live. I do. I've got a nice car. I've got a nice house. I've got a beautiful wife. I got a wonderful family. I have the ability to earn money and feed myself. I would not take his money. I would not do it. And everybody around me would call me an idiot. And I would not take that money. Nope. Wouldn't do it. Why? Because I think that he ruins the career of black fighters. I think he tried to ruin the career of Guillermo Rigondeaux. And I'm not taking that money. No way. Because I may one day have to see Guillermo Rigondeaux. And I'm never going to see him and have him know that I took that dude's money. Never going to do it. Never going to do it. Will not take his money. If you slap my mother in the mouth, I am not taking your money. Let's use that example. If I thought you stole my mother's money and slapped her, you think I'm taking your $20 million or your $100 million? I am not. I am not. No. You know why? Talk to this, another reason why. Was talking to this idiot over on Twitter, telling you should read my Twitter threads, because that's when I get to talk to idiots who told me that Deontay Wilder lost money because he should have taken $100 million. He said 120. Bum, it was 100. But whatever. The $100 million, because all he got was 70. And I was like, are you a fucking moron? If you give me $70 million, I don't need you. If I have $70 million, I don't need 100. What in the fuck can I not do with 70 that I can do with 100? Tell me. I want to know. Everybody wants all this money. What the fuck can you do with $70 million, $100 million that you can't do with 70? You could stick 70 in IBM stock and let it sit there. You're going to have $100 million. Literally, if you give me 70 million and I take 20 and I say I'm going to live off 20 for the rest of my life, I'm going to take this $20 million. I'm going to buy a $200,000 house, and I'm going to live the rest of my fucking life. No, he did not lose out on any money because he didn't sign a contract, you idiot. You don't get the money when you sign a contract. You get the money when the fights happen. And if you don't trust somebody, then how do you know the fights are going to happen? Dummy. You don't is the answer. You don't. There are a whole bunch of people that got contracts that are suing because they're not getting their fights, dummy. O'Shaq Foster, or O'Shacky Foster, forgive me, claimed breach of contract on Lou DiBella, and Lou DiBella is now suing him. Why? Because O'Shaq Foster had a contract for a number of fights, and he didn't get them. So that's an example, dummy, of somebody having a contract that wasn't worth the paper it was printed on. You don't get paid off contracts, homie. You get paid from checks. And checks only take place when fights happen. And if you deal with somebody that you don't trust over somebody that you trust, you're taking a big ass chance. And guess what? Deontay would have lost it because he would not have gotten the Anthony Joshua fight. He wouldn't have got it because Anthony Joshua lost. to Andy Ruiz. And the value of the fight went down. Went down. It's not worth as much. The fight with Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury is worth more than the Deontay Wilder-Anthony Joshua fight. It's worth more. Nobody is clamoring for that fight. Nobody's interested in that fight. It would not have been worth the paper it was printed on. And I'm telling you that because I write contracts. And I can write a contract that is not worth the paper it is printed on to you, but binds you to me. So, even though, dumbass, that contract wouldn't have been worth the paper it was printed on to Deontay Wilder, it would have been to DAZN, because DAZN would have been in the position to negotiate or have leverage in all the fights Deontay Wilder would have had, which is why Deontay Wilder said, give me a one-fight deal and okay. But if you try to get me in a 2-3 fight deal, no. Why? Because I don't trust you. Why would he trust him? DAZN was involved in a lot of misinformation being spread about Deontay Wilder. Why? Because they do business with Matchroom, who was busy lying on Deontay Wilder, busy not giving him fights. So you think because you insert their business partner in front of them, that somehow that makes that trustworthy? Why? You'd be an idiot. If you don't like me, and because you don't trust me, and I've proven that I'm not trustworthy because I shit on you all the time, and then I say, okay, I'm not going to be involved in the deal, why don't you deal with my brother? I have a brother, an older brother, very reputable. Deal with him. You think dealing with him don't mean you're dealing with me? You are. If you deal with him, you're dealing with me. It's my brother. It don't matter if we argue or not, beef or not. If you fuck with my brother, you're fucking with me. If you fuck with me, trust me, you're fucking with my brother. No doubt he will see that as you fucking with him, because you are fucking with his brother. So you would be stupid to think that you could fuck me over or I could fuck you over and somehow you're going to get out of it by dealing with my brother. You're not. What you're going to get is something worse, because now you're dealing with my brother, who now not only thinks you're a piece of shit, he also thinks you're stupid because you're dealing with somebody who you hate's brother. Would you do that? No. You would see that coming a mile away. You would. You'd see it coming a mile away, and you would say to me, no, I'm not dealing with you, and no, I'm not dealing with your brother. I'm going to deal with my brother who's already paying me. Trippy Maldonado. Why are you paying attention to my booty hole? Want to understand that. Why? RIP to DMX. If he passed, RIP to DMX, man. Yeah, hit the like button, please. He said, bro, did you just fart? He's asking me about my booty. If you ain't worried about my booty, you may have heard a chair squeak or this click. Why? Why? Any good reason? Okay, I farted. Have you farted this week? Any random motherfuckers walk up to you and ask you what you doing with your booty hole? And if they did, would you think they kind of suspect? I would. I do. You see what I got to deal with, dog? I got to deal with random comments like that, man. Like Trippy Maldonado, bro. Ooh, he wants you to save it for him. I know he wants me to put in a bottle, nigga, so he can spray that shit on him like cologne. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. You heard what DMX manager did to him? Gave him crack in his weed and he didn't even know. No, dog. I'm not cat's pawing, dog. I'm out of the cat's paw business, homie. You getting it? What you get from me is me. Don't put it on nobody else. Put it on me. Don't put shit I say on nobody else. Put that shit on me. I said it. I said it. I said Terence Crawford's biggest problem, and probably only problem, is that he trusts Bob Arum. Really. That's it. That's the nut. That's the kernel. In IT speak, that's the kernel. What is the core issue? The core issue is Bob Arum. Bob Arum don't give a fuck about black fighters. Terence Crawford is taking advantage of that. He is. He's taking advantage of that. He sits back assured that Bob Arum is going to pay him money. If he did not have that assurance, he would have to fight. That's bitch shit. I said that. BFTB didn't say that. Nobody in the LDBC said that. I said that. That's bitch shit, bud. That's bitch shit. You hiding behind a rich, fat white man who pays your bills. And you ain't fighting niggas who work for themselves. And that's the truth. You niggas in Omaha love you to death. But that's what your boy is doing. And that's it. He's hiding behind a rich, fat, old white man who says, "Bud, I'm going to pay you regardless." You don't have to fight him, bud. I'm going to give you 4 fights. You'll make more money. They're going to move out of the division, and you're going to get all the belts because you're going to fight for him for more money against Jose Ramirez, Josh Taylor. Because they can't stay in that weight division forever. And you know what will happen? You know what will happen? They will freeze Jaron Ennis out. They will freeze Jaron Ennis out. And I'm not having it. fuck you. Not having it. When BFTB did that video, I was taken back. I'm not going to do it. No. Because you will duck Jaron Ennis, bud. Without a doubt. You will duck him. And that boy will not get a belt at 147. No way, fuck you. You are going to get called out to your face. Fuck that. You are not going to participate in a fucking scheme that is going to get Jaron Ennis blackballed at 147 pounds. It's not happening. Sorry. I believe the baddest nigga is Jaron Ennis. I love Errol Spence to death. I think the talent is Jaron Ennis. I think Terence Crawford will lose to Errol Spence. I think Errol Spence will beat Ugas. I think he will clear that division out and move up. And when he moves up, the best fighter there will be Jaron Ennis. Period. He will beat the piss out of Virgil Ortiz. He will beat the piss out of Josh Taylor. He will beat the piss out of Jose Ramirez. He will beat the piss out of anybody else you put in that division if he has a chin. And you will blackball him. You will not give him the fight. If you will not fight Errol Spence Jr. for fair money, no fucking way are you going to buck Bob Arum and fight Jaron Ennis. You will have the same cold, disrespectful attitude that you have now. And that is the truth. Boots can be too young for Spence, but Spence has 3 fights left there. 3. He has Ugas. He may have a fight in between. And then he's got Crawford. After that, he goes up in weight. And then we have to deal with whether or not he's going to fight Jermell Charlo or not. That will become the big question. As of now, though, he is at 147, and Jaron Ennis and him are not going to fight. Because Jaron Ennis is not high enough in the rankings, and he doesn't have a belt. Errol's already won. I'll say 3, because Bud's going to not fight him after 1. So I'm saying he's got 3. I think he's got 3 fights left at the division. 3. Because because he wants to unify, and there's going to be conversations about a fight Bud is saying already, flat out, that he doesn't want. Why wouldn't he want it? What could have been promised to him that would make him not want it? Mel, thank you. Why? What is your plan B? You have to have a BATNA, a best alternative to a negotiated agreement. You have to have one. What is it? That's negotiations 101. You want to know what a guy is doing. Why? Because he can walk away from the fight. He can. If he doesn't get the money that he wants, he can walk away from the fight. And the fight doesn't take place because he doesn't take the fight. But where's he going to do? He's going to go somewhere else to make more money. He's not going to stop fighting. So he must have some fights. Well, who are the fights? Well, they're top-ranked guys. Who are the top-ranked guys? Jose Ramirez, Josh Taylor, Alexander Putin. They're there because what happens when Spence moves up? 3 belts get vacant. And when you have vacant belts, what happens? Organizations order interim fights. And we've been through this at 135. We've been through this at 140. We know what he's going to do. We know. So when BFTB put that out, that's it for Bud. I'm done. I'm done. He is being a bitch. Straight up. We can talk contracts. We can talk what people can do. But when we talking about intentions, that's some bitch shit. It is. If Errol did that to Bud, you would rightfully call him a bitch. You'd be like, what? Bud, you trying to tell me Errol has one belt and he knows Bud is going to move up and he's got two other young fighters underneath and he's going to refuse to fight Bud, and his promoter said that he could envision it happening? See, the potential for it was always there, right? The potential for that. I would never go that route unless BFTB had shown me something where Bob Arum said it. Bob Arum said that he wanted the franchise belt for Lomachenko well before it happened. Well before it happened. He said it on IFL. He said, talking about Canelo Alvarez and the franchise belt, he said it. He said, hey, I like the idea because that means we don't have to put Lomachenko through mandatories because he's this big star. And then what happens? Bob Arum goes and petitions the WBC for the franchise designation for Lomachenko. So why wouldn't I think that if I hear him say the same thing about Bud, that he would be doing the same thing with Bud? He would. And Errol Spence busted him a year ago on it. A year ago. Why do I say that? Because Errol Spence, in that viral video with him and Terence Crawford, said to Bob Arum, Bob, you don't call me about this fight. He grabbed his phone and he said, Bob, all you got to do is call the promoter. You have my number. You didn't call me. You're smoke and mirror, Bob. See, people want to talk about that face-off and forget that Bob Arum was there. Bob Arum was there. He was in the room. He's on the video talking to Errol Spence. Is he asking for the fight? No. Does he say, let's make the fight? No. Does he deny that he never called about the fight? No. And Errol Spence is asking him these questions to his face. BFTB busted y'all. He busted y'all. Busted you. Busted you. No. I listened to BFTB and I heard him say one day, because I don't listen to him a lot, honestly, because I don't listen to a lot of channels anymore. A lot. I've become more reclusive in my listening. But I did listen to one where he said, people are getting on me because I keep staying on Bud. I am not getting off Bud. And I thought to myself, I'm one of these dudes that would tell BFTB, lighten up. I didn't tell him to. He don't work for me, right? Don't get me wrong by mentioning his name. Don't go harassing his channel. Be like, oh, you're with Fannon. You're Fannon's. He's not. BFTB won't come on my channel. I ask him to. He won't do it. Because he doesn't want it confused. He is his own man. But when he says that shit and then comes back with a video with that shit on it, BFTB is right and I was wrong. I shouldn't have lightened up off Bud. I shouldn't have. I hate that I fell to the pressure because I have so much other dumb shit going on with so many other dumbass conversations that I thought to myself, Bud is not worth it. This Bud shit is not worth it. Whatever, nigga. If eventually you're going to come around to fighting. Because I believe that you want to fight. I don't believe that you would do that. But now, with that, I believe it. What's going on, Timothy LeBlanc? I believe it 100%. I think Terence Crawford is not going to fight Errol. And I think he's going to try to become undisputed at 140 by default. He's going to wait around until, but yes, it's PBD. He's going to wait around until Errol can't make the weight no more. He's going to wait. If it happens, it's going to happen 4 fights down the road when they feel like Errol cannot comfortably make that weight anymore. And if he wants to do that, spend another 2 years at that weight class, draining himself down to fight somebody that is comfortable at that weight class, okay, good. Do that, Errol. We'll just wait you out. That's top rank. That is top rank. That is matchmaking. That is world-class matchmaking. Tell me it's not. Somebody in boxing tell me that is not. Oh, not Bud, CBD now. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm blowing CBD. I'm blowing CBD. Red CBD. You know what I'm saying? Fuck, come on now. No, man. Don't try to get cute. Don't try to get cute and outthink it. That's what that is. Getting cute and trying to outthink somebody. You're not outthinking BFTB. Not going to happen, homie. You're not going to outthink that guy. And that guy is dead set on proving it. So you might as well know that the vast majority of black boxing fans, the conversation is going to get skewed, even more so than it is right now. Even more so. Because the conversation was this. It was, oh, Bud and Errol. It's not that anymore. Now it's Bob Arum. Now it's you work for Bob Arum. Like I've been saying you do. You work for Bob Arum, homie. Bob Arum, Bob Arum, Bob Arum. You are getting fighters signed to Bomac as a manager. World-class fighters. Maurice Hooker and Jamel Herring. World-class fighters are managed by Bomac, who works for you. Don't start. Because what we'll do is we will break down the black side of Top Rank. I purposely leave alone the black side of Top Rank. But I know that there is a black side of Top Rank internally. And you all have a lot of leeway a lot of leeway in signing fighters, managing fighters, and promoting fighters. Bud, you're getting paid on the back end. Don't get cute. Because BFTB will expose that. We know it. We know it. There's an internal battle in Top Rank. Black fighters are mistreated, but they are not powerless. And they are not just paid as fighters alone. There are firewalls. And there are violations of the Muhammad Ali Act. And believe it, they will be found out. Don't get cute. We go at Tyson Fury hard. 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 BFTB busted you. Busted Bob Arum. By busting Bob Arum, he attached you to trying to gyp, excuse the pun, trying to get over on Errol Spence Jr. for a lot of money. Because fuck Undisputed. The money associated with Undisputed. You duck him and try to circumvent it by partnering with Bob Arum to wait him out so that you then get lesser fights against the winner of Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez, and it was done to Deontay Wilder, so do not tell me they don't do it. Because Deontay Wilder was a champion at the same time Vladimir Klitschko was. Vladimir Klitschko had 3 of the belts. Anthony Joshua was in the WBC rankings to fight Deontay Wilder. When Vladimir Klitschko retired, all 3 of those belts went to other people, and then they fought everybody but Deontay Wilder and froze him out. That is why a contender for the WBC got his hands on all 3 other belts. You will do that again, without a doubt. If you do that to Errol Spence or Jaron Ennis, you will be called out for what you are. And that is a coon. That is a coon. And it is justified. Justified. If I am Errol Spence Jr., I stand to make between $50 and $60 million to fight you. And you will leave me hanging so that you can fight Jose Ramirez on a Top Rank card. No. And then box out Jaron Ennis, who will beat all of you. Tell me that don't work. Tell me that that is illogical. Based on Bob Arum's words alone, I can envision a time. I have a dream. I can envision a time. What does that mean? I can see it in my mind. I can envision. I can think. I can want is the same theory. He's thinking about it. Why are you envisioning it? Why are you envisioning it, Mr. Arum? Let's backtrack, Bob. Let's go back one step from you envisioning it. Why are you envisioning it? What is this vision? When did it come to you? And what do you think you can do with this vision, Bob? I'm smarter than Bob Arum, by the fucking way. I know why. Because you want it. Because you desire it. And because you hope for it. Speak it, believe it, receive it. Think it, believe it, receive it. Bob, you envisioned it, which means you think it. And you believe it. So you think you will receive it. You are planning on it, Bob. You are planning on it, Bob Arum. The media is putting out articles saying they don't care about the fight anymore. Terence Crawford is saying he doesn't care about the fight anymore. The boxing media is acting like Tyson Fury is fighting Anthony Joshua, and they keep saying it, even though we know damn well that your ass is in court. You're a joke. Exactly. Bob is the Grinch that stole boxing. I am completely convinced that his job is to suppress boxing. I'm sorry. It is the only logical conclusion based on his actions and based on the fact that he has made the Hall of Fame in depressing the boxing economy. He is an economic assassin in the sport of boxing, and it is patently evident. When he took control, purses went down, fights got harder to make. He is celebrated despite the failure of boxing. That sounds like it's his fucking job to destroy boxing. He does not support American black fighters. He stands in the way of their progression at every fucking stop. He started off by Mexican fighters. That's where it started. with Mexicans. Then Mexicans started wanting to get paid. They started wanting their money. Excuse me, Bob. I want my money. These niggas is getting paid a lot of money. These mayates, they getting bankola. I want my bank, Bob. That is Oscar De La Hoya. I want my money, Bob, or I'm leaving. And I'm taking the niggas with me. And they did. It was Golden Boy running boxing. Do not get me on the rest of that conversation, nigga. I am from Chicago. We know it all, nigga. We know it all. Stop fucking around and make some fucking fights, dog. You in the Midwest, Terence. You in the Midwest. No. Go. You in the Midwest. No. Go on that. I promise you. Because I know a lot of niggas in Chicago that want to bet on that fight. I know a lot of niggas that want to bet on that fight and want to see that fight. And they ain't going to be sitting around just like, oh, yeah, we're going to support Bud forever when he's doing this. They're not. They're not going to watch your fights. They're not going to call for your fights. They're not going to be like, yeah, IBF. They're not going to send letters to the IBF asking them to cut you a break and let you fight for Undisputed. No. And we're definitely not going to let you sit around and duck the cat out of Philly. You're not going to duck Philly and keep Philly from getting their money. Ain't no way. Philadelphia has a young, great potential champion in Jaron Ennis. There is no way that y'all are going to freeze that young man out. It is not happening. No way, no how. Errol Spence Jr. is one thing. Because Errol's going to get paid. He's already paid. Already paid. Jaron Ennis is not. Jaron Ennis is not. He deserves the championship fights, bud. He deserves them. He is not going to get Guillermo Rigondeaux, man. I am not going to sit up here and have to be talking to Dougie Fisher and Steve Kim about how great a fighter he is while y'all ruin his name. And say he ain't fought nobody. Who has he fought? Look at who Jose Ramirez has fought. Jose Ramirez beat Josh Taylor. Jose Ramirez beat Virgil Ortiz. Jose Ramirez is fighting Terence Crawford, and that's the bigger fight because who has he even fought? No, Jaron Ennis does not deserve to be in the top 10 pound for pound. Who has he fought? You're not going to do it to him, man. And you're not going to contribute to doing it without people flat out telling you that. Today it is Spence. Tomorrow it is Ennis. And Rashidi Ellis. Anybody talking about Rashidi Ellis? Any ESPN articles, any big articles and interviews with Max on Max Boxing or Max on Boxing for Rashidi Ellis? Rashidi Ellis looks like he's as good as Virgil Ortiz to me. Rashidi Ellis looks like he is as good as Virgil Ortiz to me. Where's the conversations about that guy? Where? Anybody seen him? Anybody see the promotion? I wonder. I think I have one up on my channel though. I think I have one up on Instagram. If I don't, I promise you I'll put one up. I know I got Jared Anderson on my Instagram. I know I paid for that, or we paid for that. I know we have Michael Hunter on our Instagram. I know we have him. I know we have the Serrano sisters on our channel. If it was YouTube, I couldn't do it because Bob Arum and them would file a copyright violation on me for promoting them. And that's the truth. The reason why I can't do Rashidi Ellis videos is because if I do, I will get a copyright violation and they will take the revenue. If not, try to take my channel for promoting him. The same guys that steal from fighters, in my opinion, steal from fighters in the following manner. Do you know how I would steal from you fighters? Do you know how I would steal from you? Easy money. Steal from you, rob you blind. Rob you blind. You would never know it. Let me tell you how I do it. Steal from you. Rob you blind. I would sign you to a pay-per-view, give you a cut of the pay-per-view revenue, and then my cousins in Serbia or my cousins in Greece, probably my cousins in Greece, I would have them get an illegal stream of your fights and put ads on them and make money for at least 15 million people watching your shit and make more money off that than I made off the regular pay-per-view. Easy. Easy. Oh, but Martin, they've got a code on it. No, they don't. You know why? Because that's a legitimate stream. I struck a contract with Greece. They're a subsidiary and have a right to air it at a price that you negotiated. But you didn't get a cut of those in your deal. You didn't get a cut. I got it all, nigga. Easy money. Dummy. Easy money, dummy. Ain't that right, Bob? Ain't that right, Eddie? Couldn't I do that? Now, do you know why, you fucking morons, that I know you can do that? Because I was in the neighborhood one day. my cousins were in the neighborhood one day, chilling. Mexican neighborhood, dog. Mexican neighborhood. Eating chimichangas, nigga. And leche. You know that milk shit? Real nice, sweet milk. And chimichangas. Watching a Canelo Alvarez Gennady Golovkin fight. Watching it. Eating chimichangas and drinking that rice milk good shit. Horchata. Chilling with horchata. You know what happened? Somebody walked in and said, "Excuse me, this is an illegal stream. This is a public place. You're not allowed to show it." And the person that owned it said, "Thank you, we will turn it off. We didn't realize that." And the guy walked out the door, and they turned the fight back on. Right? Bernie the boxer. Let's debate some boxing. Suck a dick, Bernie. You disrespected me, homeboy. Fuck you. Yes. No, let's not debate boxing. Let's debate Bob Arum saying that he can envision Terence Crawford getting the WBC franchise belt after Errol Spence moves up. Let's debate that. Would you like to debate that? What do you get if you win? I'll give you $10,000. What you going to give me if you lose? I want $5. Got it? $5. You lose. Debate over. You lose. You lose. Envision means think. Pick up a dictionary. Not debatable. Next. Moves up. That does not mean fight. Moves up. Do you know when people move up in boxing? When they leave the weight class on their own volition without a loss. That is not a fight. And the franchise championship, Errol Spence doesn't have it. So, excuse me, how will he get it? Will he petition it before the fight? Errol Spence would have to do that. Errol Spence, who has no interest in the franchise, would have to say, I want to be the franchise champion, become the franchise champion, then fight Terence, who then would have to petition to get the franchise championship. For that to be on the line. But that is not what Bob said. What Bob said was I envisioned a time when Bud Crawford will be the WBC franchise champion after Errol Spence Jr. moves up. That is a plan, an envision, a thought that Bud can get that belt without fighting Errol when Errol moves up. It is no debate that Terence Crawford said, I don't want that fight. I'm not interested in it. Akin Barak asked him, what if it was 50-50, Bud? He said, I don't know because I'm past it. What he said was, I'm past it again. If Bud is asked tomorrow about the fight, he will say, I'm past it. I don't want to talk about it. I want my $5 in the super chat now, because there ain't no way you getting out of that. And that is boxing. Boxing. Bob Arum is a boxing promoter. That's boxing. Terence Crawford is a boxer. That's boxing. Errol Spence is a boxer. That's boxing. We're talking about a fight. That's boxing. Every bit of that is boxing. All of it. So, I have debated you in boxing and you lost. You are in a conundrum. Unless you have another dictionary, you lose. I want my $5. If you don't pay me my $5, you ain't trustworthy, homie. Hey, put a 1 in the chat if you think he owes me $5. If you think there's a logical argument out of that, then say 2. He doesn't owe you any money because it's debatable. I'll start talking when I see it. Oh, there you go. A 2. You got 1. I think you're down about 50. You lose. You lose. And I didn't even have to talk to you. Pay me my money. Pay me my money. Hey, that man said, you mean Fannon becomes the Crawford hater? I can be a Crawford hater. I still win. I still win. I'm a hater. I still win. Only way you can get out of that is if Bob Arum didn't say it and Terence Crawford didn't say it. Let me tell you how you can win this debate and get your $10,000. Prove that Bob Arum didn't say it and Terence Crawford didn't say it. I got it on tape. I got it on tape. What you think? You think people are gonna ride with you when you wrong? Just dead wrong? You think cats are gonna be riding with you when you wrong? Just dead wrong? Who gonna ride with you when you just dead wrong? And somebody proves it. That you dead wrong. You dead wrong. No doubt about it. You are wrong. And the natural result, let's take it again and say, let's put another 10,000 on it and another 5. You're not going to take the bet. I got you. The reason why you don't owe me the $5 is because you didn't take the bet. Did you? I'll give you your loophole. I'll give you the loophole. You didn't take the bet. You didn't take the bet. But let's put another bet on the table. I'll give you another opportunity to make some money. Only 1,000 this time. Only 1,000. Not going to get you happy. Get you 1,000. You know, what can you buy for 1,000? You can buy a bunch of gloves for kids. I'll do that. I will buy enough hand wraps to support your gym for a year. You give me the number of kids you have and how many hand wraps they need, and I will buy them. And I will show the receipt on YouTube. Do you take that bet? Let me tell you the question. If what I say is true and Bud becomes undisputed without fighting Errol Spence by fighting in-house fights with top-ranked fighters or Golden Boy fighters, will Jaron Ennis get a shot? I say no. I say no. You convince people in this chat that I'm wrong. Easy. People want to make me look bad so bad. There's your opportunity. Prove to me, based on history and past actions, right? That's past actions, that Jaron Ennis is going to get a shot at the undisputed title against Terence Crawford. And when he ain't signed with Top Rank. Once again, bet not taken. Because your bet would have been a loss. Nobody believes that, including you. Because Manny Pacquiao wouldn't fight Bud. Would he? Would he? Same size, could have made 140 easily. Top ranked fighter. Did Bud get that fight? No. Why? According to Bob Arum, it's because Bob Arum knew the outcome of the fight, and Bob Arum didn't want Manny Pacquiao to lose. That's what Bob Arum said. Did Regis Prograis get his fight with Jose Ramirez? No. Why? Because Bob said he's got other shit to do. Go ask Regis Prograis if I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Bud is with Top Rank, dog. It's a possible. Let me ask you a question, R. Smith. If Errol Spence is undisputed and he stays at 147 and Jaron Ennis is the number one guy in the WBC, you think Errol's taking that fight? Give me a percentage chance of Errol taking that fight. I'll put it in the 98s. 98% at the least. Yes, Brother Coda, we are. We are playing Shades of Possible, without a doubt. How do you ever know what's going to happen? Brother Coda, if you go to the store, why don't you go to the store at midnight in the hood with $1,000 cash in your pocket, screaming out loud, niggas, I got $100,000, I got $1,000 cash in my pocket, and you a bunch of bitch ass niggas, and waving it around? Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you do that? Because of the possibility that somebody's going to take that money off you. Right? Absolutely. Absolutely, we're playing Shades of Possible. You better play Shades of Possible with your life. What can this nigga possibly do to me? Right? That's what makes you not do dumb shit. Possibilities. Now, are you right all the time? No, you're not. You're not. But guess what? If you 100% of the time think somebody's trying to fuck you over, you pay attention to that shit 100% of the time. You may think some niggas are getting over on you that are not trying to get over on you, and that'll cause a problem. But you will catch every nigga trying to get over on you, or a whole lot more niggas trying to get over on you than you would if you walk around like a fucking ignoramus. No problems got the answer for you, homie. You know what I'm saying? No problems, we got the answers for you. We are definitely playing Shades of Possible. And I'm playing Shades of Probable. Okay? Possible is one thing. But when you skip past possible into probable, then we got problems, homie. Do you know the difference between possible and probable? Possible means it could happen. Probable means it probably will. Possible and probable. I would say that it is probable that that is the plan for Terence Crawford. Not possible, probable. More than likely. Probable to more than likely. Right? Possible, probable, more than likely. Definitely. Terence Crawford definitely said that he's not interested in that fight. Bob Arum definitely said that he can envision Terence Crawford getting those belts, the WBC specifically, after Errol moves up. You can't get out of that. That is a definitely said it. So since Bud definitely said it, and Bob definitely said it, it makes it at very least possible. See that? Possible. Now let's see, what do you need to move from possible to probable? Probable could be established by past history. What have they done before? If you have seen them do it before on more than one occasion, then it shifts into probable. Probable. I would argue, Bernie, that it is probable that that's what they're doing. Not definitely, because definitely means you have to have solid proof. Like Bob Arum said that that's exactly what he was going to do. But see, Bob likes something called probable deniability. Don't you, Bob? All good lawyers know that. Probable deniability. Fuck probable deniability when that shit is matched up against probable guilt. Your ass is probably guilty of trying to do this shit. Fuck out of here, nigga, because everything you say sounds like it. It does. Based on logic and reason. Not emotional at all. I love a good thief. Love them. Love a good thief. Can't stand it about myself, but I do. Love one. Always admired them. Always. A good thief? How the fuck did you get in that nigga's locker? That's how my mind works. Nigga, how did you get in his locker? How did that happen? Dog, I fucking picked the lock. Nigga, what do you mean? It's his birthday, nigga. Brow. Easy. That's not how you do it that way. The dummy was confused, and I stand over there talking to him. And his ass shows me the combination at least 6 times a week. So, nigga, I got your combination. I sell your combination to him. Here, $10. Give me his combination. I'll give you $20. There's his combination. Blip, blip, blop. I got your iPad, nigga. I got your iPad, nigga. Nah, 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 nah. Where'd your iPad go? To my house. That's how people would steal your shit. I watch niggas do it. That's why I don't even care. You can have my combo. You can get it in anyway. Dog, my brother does not need, I swear to God, dog, my own brother does not need passwords to get in your shit, dog. He don't. He doesn't. You know why? Because the nigga has got at least 15 hackers that work for him. And that's the truth. If I wanted to break in your shit, no problem. I will call that nigga over there and be like, dude, I need to get in this nigga's email. And he will say, that will be $500. And I will say, here you go. Here's your $500. And I'll be in your email. Easy. You know why? Because he's got something called a black box, nigga. that sits right here. Sits right here. And he goes in through Linux. You can't track him because he's going in through Linux. Okay? It's a Linux operating system. And everything he has is like go, duck, go. There ain't nothing you see on his computer that came from Dell. Nothing on his computer comes from Microsoft or Apple. Everything is community built, and they will get in and out of your shit, and who cares? They will be like, you'll never track it. Why? Because it's called the deep web, homie. You can't get it. Easy. Easy. So please, I know thieves. I like thieves. I do. I really do. Like them. But you know the ones that I hang out with? They're called ethical hackers. So what they do is their job is to do this. They know that you're trying to break in their shit, so they hire better thieves than you have. That's how the Bank of America protects their system, because they hire thieves to break in them. Straight up. They go and they hire guys like me to go get a bunch of internet hackers to come in and break your shit in, break in their shit. And if we break in their shit, we get paid a lot of money for doing it. Really. Because they know that Motorola and Bank of America and those guys can't keep up with sophomores in college when it comes to breaking in their shit. These kids are raised on the internet. They know coding, because a lot of the coding, and they'll actually code too. Like, they use black screens, dog. They don't use any of this green shit. They don't use none of this. They use straight black screen, straight command line hackers, dog. So no, you do. They know how to get in your shit. And it's not all the computer. It's them knowing how to figure out what you do. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. No worries. None. And they can do that shit from Serbia. They can do that shit from fucking Afghanistan. They can do that shit from India. It don't even matter, because you can't track that shit. It's coming from fucking India. How are you gonna get that? You're not is the answer until all your shit's gone. That's what people are paid to do. So don't tell me that these guys ain't scheming. Of course they're scheming. Of course. Because if it's, and I tell you this again, every law that is on the books that people go to jail for is there because people do it on a regular basis. Not because it's something that somebody, this mysterious person is doing somewhere off in the distance. No, they're doing it because your neighbor is going to break in your shit. Without a doubt. Oh, niggas across the street. Oh, wonder what they're up to. Wonder what time they're coming home. Your neighbor your neighbor, that neighbor you love will definitely scope out your house, nigga. In a rich neighborhood, in a rich one, your neighbors will go in your house. Call the police on somebody over there, and then when the police get there, they go in there. Your neighbors. So do not tell me, homeboy, that Bob Arum will not stiff Jerron Ennis. You're a fucking joke, okay? Get the fuck out of my face, man. And I mean that shit wholeheartedly, dog. Again, people only put laws in place for shit that people do every fucking day. Otherwise, they wouldn't know about it. So how in the fuck would they know to make it illegal? Trust me, because there's a bunch of shit people do to get money that should be illegal that is not illegal because they have not decided to make a law against it yet. As if they don't know that that's theft. Of course they can see your Wi-Fi connection. Dude, my dad worked for IBM for 35 years, man. And I had a computer from like 1980 was the first time I ever had a computer in my house. And my dad told me, and I worked for an IT company, man. We owned IT companies. And they would say, do not ever think something you're writing down here is not known by everybody in the world, because it is. You can't even get rid of that shit. You can't. When you put something on the internet, it is there, homie. You think you deleted it? You did not. When you go on your hard drive and you clear out your whole hard drive, you think you cleared that out? You did not. You can't access it anymore. I can. All I need is your hard drive, homie. And quite honestly, to tell you the truth, I don't think that they even need that. I think they can tap your shit right out of the power lines. I think they'll tap that shit right out of the power lines. Fuck the computer lines. I mean the shit that turns on your lights. They'll tap your shit through that. No, if you have lights, you are being observed, homie. You are bugging if you think you're not, homie. I worked for my dad in my dad's business for years. There is no doubt in my mind that he read every single solitary email of mine that had any keyword in it that he did not like. If you say anything, lick. You know that word, lick? If you put lick you say it, or you put that shit in a chat, your boss can get that. Your boss can get it, and your boss will get a definition given to him about what you mean. You know why? Because there's something called dialectics, dummy. Your slang and your language does not hide any meaning at all. You could be talking in the most arcane Chinese slang. They will break that shit down in a heartbeat and tell you exactly what he meant in ghetto, watch this, in ghetto New Orleans speak. No problem. They know what you say and they know what you mean. Do you know that YouTube itself 10 years ago read at a sophomore in high school level? Most human beings don't read at that level of comprehension. They comprehend what you're saying automatically. They don't just get the words, they get your meaning. Let me rephrase. Your most probable meaning. And can probably give you 5 variant meanings. Dialectics meets information systems, friend. Linguistics is key to computers. Key. Segmental analysis. Thank you. Sentiment analysis. They got a phrase for it. Sentiment analysis. Do you mean what you say? And how do you mean it? Automatically. And predictively. predictably. That means they can tell you what you may feel about some shit that ain't even happened yet. Based on you buying Twinkies from Walmart. Because you bought Twinkies from Walmart, they will fuck around and tell you what you think about Kim Jong-il being assassinated 15 years from now. Is that AI? No, it is just I. That's it. It's just intelligence. It's not artificial intelligence. It is actually intelligence. Why is it intelligence and not artificial intelligence, Mr. Blackwell? Because it is rules written down by human beings with questions that they anticipate being asked and knowledge that they have about the workings of the human mind that they then automate. That is intelligence in the design of something. A car is not an artificial ride. It is really a ride. Okay? It may not actually be a horse, right? It may not be your legs, which would normally move you. However, it is still a ride. You still get from here to there. So it doesn't matter if they figured it out by thinking it themselves, or they built a set of commands which are on, off. All of it is on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, 1-0, on, off once, on, off twice, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on. And the variation of those two, on and off, is the internet. All of it. Every last bit of it wouldn't work without a 1 and a 0. Would not work. What is a 1 and a 0? That is intelligence. That's what that means. 0 is the all that is possible, and 1 is God. 1 is intelligent use of all. 2 is the creative process, which makes 1 the law or God into 2, which is nature, which makes 3 a creation. That is the same thing that they say in Genesis. That is not artificial. That is intelligence and using what you know to create something of value. That is what that is. That is intelligence, pure and simple. Anybody else makes anything more of it is just full of shit and trying to move you somewhere else. That is what information systems is. And then there's information technology, which is also based on the same thing. Energy, which is what? On and off, 0 and 1. When you hit your little button on your computer, it has a 0 next to it and a 1. 0 is off, 1 is on. Right? So if they code by the same principle as they turn on your computer, that is consistency. That is correspondence. That is as is above in the software, so is below in the hardware. That is the same principles that people use to make decisions in anything else. If you don't believe me, read a book. Read a book on artificial intelligence. Read it. They will tell you exactly what it is. It is an artificial copy of the way we think. And since all we do is think, right? All we do is think. Everything we smell, we know we smell it because our brain processed it. Everything we touch because we know we touched because our brain conceived of it. Our breath only happens because we remember to do it, which is why if you shoot somebody full of too much anesthetic, they will literally forget to breathe. Everything is mental. Your perception and conceptions of up and down, left and right, north and south, good and bad, all of those are conceptions in your mind. So their thought was, make the same thing. That will connect all people. And we will be able to observe and we'll help communicate amongst many people. Right? But then what does the ruling class say? Well, that allows us to also surveil them and know what they're thinking because they will constantly be telling us what they're thinking. What are your favorite colors? Oh, my favorite colors are this. Oh, what kind of dog do you like? Oh, we really like these dogs, not big dogs, small dogs. Oh, so he likes big dogs, not small dogs. He likes red, does not like brown. Oh, he likes women with big booties. He likes women with small. He likes men. He likes men that dress like women. Why would he do that? Oh, he has problems with his mother. His mother was arrested for prostitution when he was 8. Here's his public record. That's IT, homie. You programming us this morning on Propaganda Bob. But dude, what else can Bob Arum be, dog? If people are successful, you look at what they did for them to be successful. What did Bob Arum do to be considered successful? He has been the lead promoter in boxing for the last 50 years. What has happened in the last 50 years? Boxing has gone downhill. There's significantly less interest. There's significantly less involvement by the black community. And they say that's success. Would you put Bob Arum in the Hall of Fame? I wouldn't. Because based on what I want out of the sport of boxing, I think he's a failure and a complete and utter failure to boot. But that's because my prioritization goes like this. I want to see great fighters. And I specifically want to see great black fighters from America. So when I look at what he does, based on what I want, I think he's a failure. So I have to think, well, the guys that think he's a success must have a different criteria than I do. So what criteria do they have? Well, what did Bob Arum do? Bob Arum did not connect Ali. Fuck out of here. You know who connected Ali? The Kentucky mob. Fuck out of here. The Kentucky mob put on Muhammad Ali. That's who did it. Fuck out of here. And then the Nation of Islam got him out of the hands of the Kentucky mob. I know that to be the case because my family is from Louisville, Kentucky. And there's mob in Louisville, Kentucky. A policeman was the first person to get him into boxing. A policeman. And he was sponsored by a group of wealthy philanthropists in Kentucky. That's why you will see their names as promoters in his early fights. But then he went to New York. And when he went to New York, he hooked up with bigger and badder folk than the ones in Kentucky. And then he ultimately moved to Chicago, where he was around cats you ain't fucking with for nothing. He moved dead into the middle of Hyde Park in Chicago. He has children in Chicago. Doesn't he? Ali made Bob Arum. Ali made Don King. Don King, the promoter, and Bob Arum, the bookkeeper. His job was not to promote. His job was to process the money. That was his job. To count the money and pay it. That is it. That is all. That is it. That is all. Ali may have made him that, but Ali did not introduce Bob Arum to them. Bob Arum was already known to them. Bob Arum is a lawyer and was a prosecutor. He is a state agent. He was a prosecutor. When you're a prosecutor, you work for the state. Don't you? Last time when I came out of law school, that's what you became. My boy, who's a state's attorney, carried a badge. Bob Arum carried a badge, homie. And he was higher than the police. Higher than the police. The police can't just willy-nilly pull over a state's attorney. Are you nuts? Go look at the video where a policeman accidentally pulled over the state's attorney. And they said, "Excuse me, ma'am, may I see your ID?" And the state's attorney, barely being able to contain herself, said, "Here, would you like to see my badge as well?" She is a officer of the court, man. Just like the police. Just like the fire department. You can't willy-nilly go pulling over a fireman. What do you mean? You're a police officer and you think you can just pull over and put me in jail? I'm a fireman. Do you know the beef you're going to get for arresting me? When the chief of the head of the fire department calls the head of the police and says, "Excuse me, I asked this young man to come to my house and you arrest him?" It ain't happening, homie. So, from somebody that graduated dog, look, man, I disagree with this. I disagree with that statement. No disrespect to your profession. That's not my profession. That's my education, not my profession. Bob saying, no disrespect to your profession, Bob. Making the saying come true. Don't believe politicians, lawyers, and salesmen. I would say the only thing that I disagree in that is this. Believe them and verify. Trust and verify. There's no reason to believe just off the cuff that a politician's lying to you, because they're not going to, 9 times out of 10, they're not going to lie. What they're going to do is they're just going to divert. They're just going to ask, they're going to give you some answer that's a non-answer, or they're going to change the subject. I got a dude I love to death was a mayor. And I would play a game with him, asking him questions. And he would never answer the question. It was a game. Because I'd be like, "Nigga, I'm about to get you to answer my question." And I would ask him all kind of questions, and he would do this. he would either give me an answer that was evasive, and I knew he was doing it because he's clowning me. I'd ask him what your favorite flavor of popcorn is. And this nigga would be like, there's a variant numbers of popcorn in the world. And, based on the social injustices that take place in Nicaragua, I can't say without a certainty that, potato chips may be what I'm eating today. Now, I did a bad job at that. His shit would be much smoother, but he would dismiss my question very easily. And if I phrased it in a way that he couldn't avoid it, he just wouldn't answer. And he'd look at me like that. Either way, dog, I'm trying to get something out of him, and he's not giving it to me. Period. But he's not going to lie to me, because if he lies, then I got him. Got you. You're lying. Rah. But do I ever get him? No. Because he won't lie. He will just not answer the question. So I can trust him. I just have to listen very carefully to what he says. I trust Bob Arum because I listen to what he says. He'll tell you in a very indiscreet in a discreet fashion. He'll tell you. He's got to say it somehow. It can't just stay in his head. He's got to say it somehow. So eventually he'll say it. He says some do believe that they should. That's safer. Now, black preacher, I would say that is safer than believing him. Like not believing him, as long as you don't believe him and then you verify, that's the same as believing and verifying. As long as you verify. Verify your disbelief. Okay, I don't believe you. I'm going to go verify. Oh, you told the truth. Okay, I may give you the benefit of the doubt next time. I may give you the benefit of the doubt next time. Because I thought she was lying, but I went and verified it. And you ain't lying. Niggas do that shit with me all the time. You think I'm lying, go verify. If you think anything that I've said ain't true about myself personally or boxing, no worries. Go verify. I told niggas that shit to their face. Gangster niggas too. Just like this. Watch me. You gangster niggas, if you think you a big bad nigga, fuck you, come get me. Do I got enough smoke? Hold on one second. Okay? So see what I did? In full face of niggas that I know think they big bad niggas, I blew smoke in their face and said, come get me. If I am not who I say I am, then you should be able to come get me. No worries. No worries. You should be able to come to Austin, Texas, because guess what? I'm from Chicago. Chicago's like a 20-hour drive from here, dude. Over 20 hours. Cats from Chicago can't get here quickly. I'll be the baddest nigga in Chicago. They couldn't get here in time. If you in Houston. Right? You should be able to be here easy. You should be able to get me easy. Do it. I'm telling you, you can't. I don't give a fuck where I am. I'm telling you, you can't. So do it. Test me. Test it. See if you can. See if you can. I know I went to the Gervonta Davis fight, sat right there. Sat right there. Didn't bring nobody with me. I got home, had a good time. Right? So you just test me and you see if what I'm saying is the truth. Same thing goes with Bob Arum. Test him. Test my scenario. Support Terence Crawford in not fighting Errol Spence. Let Terence Crawford get the franchise belt, and we will see whether or not Jaron Ennis gets blackballed. I know Rickendow did. Says, see, these UK gangsters disappeared when you talk greasy back. They don't want no smoke. They're not real gangsters, dog. I don't talk shit to gangsters, bro. I don't. Never would in my life talk shit to gangsters. Would never do it. Fake niggas acting like they are, though, all day, any day. All day, any day. Nicholas Hermes said, wait, I'm behind. You have cousins in Greece? Me too. Yeah. I got a shitload of cousins in Greece. My family's from Greece. Absolutely. Got a lot of Greek relatives in Texas too. Own oil. These motherfuckers is rich though. They own like major oil distributors. What do you call them? Oil, what do you call the shits when distilleries? They own oil distilleries in Texas. And I do believe they also own oil, just straight out oil fields. And they do a lot of the legal work. They have law firms that specialize in energy. So yeah. I've got a lot of Greek cousins, but I don't really know them because I'm black. And when we got black, our branch of the family got black. You know how that goes. Nigga step back. Me too. Patras. Me too, St. Cruisin. Me too. That's where they're from. Patras. Damn, that's what's up. That's exactly where they're from. Patras. However you pronounce that shit. He said, Kelaspira. What is that? I don't speak it. Other than to say Euro, only Greek I know is Euro. I know how to say Euro. Yeah, they fucking super plugged. Super fucking plugged. The ones in Chicago own banks, nigga. Like, own banks. Own banks. They're the Januliuses. The Januliuses up in Chicago. The Januliuses. Now, I don't know if they're my cousins, but they're the Greeks in Chicago, the Januliuses. Alexei Janulius used to be, I think he was the treasurer. He was the treasurer for the state. And they own and their family owned banks. The Greeks in Chicago. They own, yeah. That's what they're in Chicago, they're in banking. In Texas, they're in oil. But very, very, very wealthy. Very old family. Like old family, dog. Like real old. Merchant Marines, like they came over. That's why I respect the military, man. That's why I always will respect the military, bro. I love the military, man. Like, I know that the U.S. military is out in the world doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing, but they're doing it on orders, man. They're doing it on orders, And on the real, even though my family, I'm black and I rock with the Blackwells, like, I'm a Blackwell, like, no joke. Our family's name is Plaskalevich. The Polish ones are Plaskalevich. Our name is Plasklaskowidi. The other people changed their name to Kokonos, like as in Conoco, Kokonos, Conoco, Kokonos. And I'm pretty sure they own Conoco. But like I said, I don't fuck around because that I think would be selling out. And that's no offense to my Greek family. And I know that I've met my Greek family and I've never been like really like very receptive. You know what I mean? Or like I've been receptive in the studying. So like I pay homage to my Greek ancestors by studying the philosophy, right? That's where I feel like, okay, if I truly understand the teachings, then I feel like, you know, I'll pay honor to them in understanding like Socrates and Aristotle and Plato and, you know, all of that shit, man. So that's what I do for them because I'm like, you know, I have the mind to understand it. So that's why I delved in so deep to understand it. But at the same time, though, you know, I got to come back. I think Fannon is my uncle, dog. You know how it is, though. But you know what it is, you know what it is. You know, not everybody can comprehend it. And I know that my comprehension comes from the Greek. I know it. Like, I know it. It's so easy for me to understand. So easy. Like from the elementals, like to the even the bastardization of it, like with all the elementals, the sifs, you know, all of that shit, you know. I understand it. And I respect it. And I also know that the true Greek philosophers would have never discounted the impact, the influence of the Ethiopian or the Hermetic. I know that they wouldn't, dude. So Greek philosophers or Greek thinkers really get a bad rep because they preceded Western Europeans, right? When they are much more Mediterranean, right? And much more, you know, they mean much more than that. But I will tell you that I do believe that our family was very elitist. Like, and I consider it, and I think of it as family because, like, you know, how can you be related that far back? Like, and I'm talking about like 1,000 years. You know, I know they can go back a couple thousand years. So if you can go a couple thousand years back. Exactly. See, this is a Greek telling you. Yes, all the philosophers were taught in Egypt and some in Ethiopia. Absolutely. And you can tell from the teachings that that's where they learned it. But what happens in our education, Nicholas, what happens in our education is that they just want to start at the Greek and then proceed to the German, proceed to the Scandinavian, proceed to, you know, the Anglo-Saxon, right? They want to proceed. They want to start at the Greek and proceed there forward. But even with the Ethiopians, and this is what I believe, right? Even with the Ethiopians and the Egyptians, they are not the originators. They are not. There's no way they could be. Because in order for them to have built their cities, they must have already known it. So you can't tell me that it started with Hermes. You can't tell me that because he was somebody that people came to see. Well, why would they come to see him? They come to see him. Who can trace their lineage more than 200 years? Me? Easily. If I wanted to, easily. Easily. Irish people, easily. As long as they had a name, they can trace them. As long as there's a name. But there was a point in time when people didn't have names. So how can you really deal with history created by people who didn't have names and didn't have writing at all? Because they were the ones that created writing, not created a written language, right? Or created something we consider to be a written language, right? Because if you listen to like standard education, they treat hieroglyphics like it's not language when it's clearly language. They're pictures, symbols with meaning associated. Same thing as A, B, C, D. Those are pictures with sounds associated with them. So why is the hieroglyphics any less of a language than the Roman numerals or the Latin numerals? It's not. They're both languages, right? Similar to the way that the Chinese write theirs. They draw pictures. Like, you can say what you want about that. That's a picture. The way they draw that shit, that's a picture. I don't know what those pictures mean, but it's a picture. It's distinct pictures drawn right next to each other. More abstract than it's somewhere between a hieroglyphic and a Roman numeral. Really, it is. That's what it looks like to me just at looking at it. So, but then you have to ask yourself, who came up with the concept of writing anything down? Who came up with the concept of paint? You have to have paint before you can draw a picture. Don't you? You have to. So to me, there's an arrogance in thinking that it's the Hermetics. I don't think it was them. You know who I think it was? Them little bone niggas with the shit in their nose. That's who I think did it. I think it's some motherfuckers still running around in the goddamn rainforest. That's who did it. Because that's what people did before they went into cities. Because agriculture is what created cities. Because until you have agriculture, you have no reason to gather in large numbers like that. And you wouldn't have jobs. You wouldn't have trades. You wouldn't have a preacher. You wouldn't have a priest. You wouldn't have a priest. Who's going to feed the priest? The priest got to eat, don't he? Who's going to build the priest's house? Right? That's why I'm saying it can't be Hermes. It can't be. He's too developed. Way too developed. Everything else he's taught is based off somebody else. That's how it works. All the way back. And that's just pure logic. It's pure logic. If you want to know the people that understand that shit the best, go find somebody running around in the fucking woods. They're the ones that know it. All of the phenomena that you guys attribute to these great masters and all that, fuck up out of here. It's probably some nigga with a bone in his nose causing a hurricane, nigga. Kidding me? The motherfuckers is probably out there like diggity doom doom on your ass. You know what I mean? If you think about it, they might be why your ass is locked up in a cage right now. Be like, dog, you some dummies. We running around here killing birds, chilling. All we got to do is shoot that bird, roast that bird up. I'm chilling. I got a chick in a hut over here. I got a chick in a hut over there. I got a chick in a hut over there. And I got a chick in a hut over there. I eat all day. I eat all day. I don't get rained on. I don't get stressed out. Ain't nobody arresting me. None of that. Get the fuck off my island and go away. Just like them cats did to everybody that, you know that little island where they're like, as soon as somebody goes to that island, they kill anybody that comes on that island. And they're like, they're doing it because they don't want to get the, these rare diseases that come in there. Yeah, sure. What they're doing is saying, you're not fucking our shit up, homie. Sorry. You're not killing our trees. You're not killing these animals. You're not doing it, dog. The first one of you come across that boat, we shooting you. You ain't coming up in our hood. Ain't logic fun? Ain't logic fun? You think these cats is out there fucked up. You do. You think they're running around fucked up. Meanwhile, you got more stress on your back than an elephant weighs. I'm 40, 50 years old, gray as shit. Scars on my back. I got a scar this big from a car jack, dog. A car jack. I'm walking around, get into a fight, and somebody hits me from behind in the kidney with a car jack. Now tell me, how many of them little niggas got to worry about getting hit with car jacks on a college campus, man? They don't. You know what I'm saying? How many of them little pygmies got to worry about drive-by shootings in front of their stores? They don't. They don't have to worry about it. You do, but they don't. How many of them got to worry about getting a paycheck to eat? None of them. If you don't kill the trees, they don't need you. Pure, unadulterated logic. If somebody is that smart where they can figure out, oh, I would rather build my own house, kill my own birds, and fuck whoever I want to, then hang out with your ass, wear them hot ass clothes, and be stressed out running around trying to earn paper. There's leaves on this fucking tree. You niggas is running around trying to get artificial leaves so that you can buy trinkets made of rocks. But you're the smart one, aren't you? You're the smart one. You're the smart one. No, you're not, nigga. You're the goddamn captive. And you're a fucking dummy because you don't even know it. If I could walk around to any store and grab food out of it, walk out, go into any fucking house I wanted to, and the electricity would be on, and I could watch my favorite TV program, and there's a closet full of clothes that fit me in every fucking house that I go to, why would I need money? Why would I need money? I wouldn't. If I could go into a doctor's office and he would give me my medicine, why would I need insurance? I wouldn't. If I didn't eat sugary candy and have corn syrup in every other fucking thing that I ate, do you think I would even need a dentist? No, I would not. Because berries don't rot your teeth. Berries don't rot your teeth. And neither does deer meat. Neither one of them rots your teeth. And in fact, if you have to eat nuts, you would probably be helping your teeth and your jaw by grinding like you're supposed to be doing. Oh, and you may not have a gut either, because guess what? You would forage like a horse all day. And you would keep food in small amounts running through your system all day. You wouldn't eat a big meal. You would eat little bits at a time. And guess what would happen? It would all go through your body after you eat it. Would you get fat? No. So do you have to worry about insulin from a doctor? No, you do not. Why? Because you do not carry too much fat and sugar on your body because the shit is not there for you to eat. Again, tell me who the smart ones are. Your arrogance, our intellectual arrogance that comes from the comfort of civilization, blinds us to any other lifestyle. That makes us dumb. It does. Dumb. Which is why every time, what do white people do? All the time. Love to do it. They go fishing They hunt. They grow gardens as a form of relaxation. Many black people do that too. They go hunting for relaxation. They go fishing for relaxation. They grow plants in their backyard to relax themselves. Now, don't you think that that is a strange coincidence? That people do the things that they need to do to survive, to enjoy themselves. Now imagine that you enjoy hunting, you enjoy fishing, and you enjoy building your own house. Life becomes fun because everything that you do, you like to do. You like to hunt, and you have to do it every day. You like to build things. You need shelter every day. People like to cook for relaxation. You have to cook every day. That is freedom. That is freedom. And that is the antithesis to civilization. So people that are telling you that you need to become more free by becoming more civilized is like telling a slave, you, in order to free yourself, need more chains. And that's just the truth, friends. It's just the truth. So unless you can find a way to live, right, where you don't have to worry about any of the things that you like and actually going to get them, then life becomes heaven. It does. Trust me, I bit my tongue because that's not quite true. You think it becomes heaven when you don't think that you need anything. Because I don't need shit. I don't. I have all the money. I never have starved a day in my life, ever. I've never been without a roof, ever. I've never been without clothing, ever. Ever. I've never been without lights, ever. Even if the power went out. It went out for a day, maybe. But guess what? I went outside and there was a sun. Went to play with my friends in their house until the power came back on. Right? But why am I stressed? Why is my beard gray? Right? Why? Because I aspire to be more than I am. Because of my own arrogance, and I'm tremendously arrogant, believe it, tremendously. One of the most arrogant people you will ever meet. By nature, arrogant. Arrogant. Common thing anybody's ever met me will tell you about me. Love Martin to death, but that fucker is arrogant. It's my fault. So I want to be better than I am right now. I want more money than Bill Gates. I do. I want more money than him. I do. Nothing would make me happier than to see Martin Blackwell at the top of the Fortune 500, of the top of the billionaires list, and be the only trillionaire there. Would love it more than anything. If I was a gangster, I would want to be the best gangster ever. I would want you to be so afraid of me that you piss your fucking pants when I walk past you. True. Really true. Because I was raised to worship Al Capone. Raised to worship the man. The black community, I was raised to worship Jeff Fort. Jeff Fort and Al Capone. Those were my niggas, dog. And Hitler. Sorry. And Hitler. Those are the people that I was like, I looked up to them. Because you were afraid of them. Period. I knew for sure that if Al Capone walked down the street, you're going to go to the other side of the street. Period. I know that if Adolf Hitler walked down the street, as terrible a person as he is, according to what the history books say, you're going to move to the other side of the street. If Jeff Fort was not in jail and he walked down the street of Chicago, you're going to go to the other side of the street. Fear factor. Fear factor. North Memphis, fear factor. Fear factor. Because I was the only black kid, dude, around a bunch of white people, dude, and I had to fight all the time. So I thought if they were afraid of me, then they wouldn't mess with me. So I started beating up as many people as I could beat up. No joke. If there was a fight, I'm looking for it. If you trying to fight me, I'm fucking fighting you. No joke. Because I want you to be afraid of me. Really. And I would hang out with dudes that I knew people were afraid of. No joke. When I was a noob, and I am a noob, excuse me, but when I was making noobs, I made sure that I made cats from the projects. Made sure of it. I didn't give a fuck what nobody said. That nigga right there from the projects that wants to be a noob is going to be one. Why? Because I'm going to make that nigga, and when I'm walking around, that nigga's going to be with me. That's why. His name is Earl. Stone Cold P Stone Ranger, dog. Stone Cold P Stone Ranger. From the Robert Taylor homes. I believe he's a P Stone. From the Robert Taylor homes. And in 92, I was making lines. I can make men. I can make a noob. So at that point in time, since I had the ability to make noobs, I said, I'm going to make the noobs that I want to make. And so I would make noobs of guys that were stellar students. I mean, dudes that I thought were like, damn, this nigga's going to be the shit when he gets out of college. No doubt. He's a straight A student. He's a good looking dude. He's super ambitious. I want to fuck with him. So, yeah, that nigga's going to make line. And any nigga that's a noob that says he ain't going to make line, me and you got some fucking problems, homie. Period. Because this nigga's going to make a noob. And guess what? If you tell me he ain't going to be a noob, I'm going to make him a noob anyway. I'm going to make him a noob anyway. And then after I make him a noob, then you tell that nigga he ain't a noob. And you tell me he ain't a noob. I'll whoop your ass, and he's going to whoop your ass right with me. I made you, I make him. Period. So that's why I had beef with the noobs over that. But fuck that. That's what it is. That's what it is. So when I made noobs, I would get noobs that ain't even had the grades. You supposed to have like a 3.2. This nigga had a 2.4. I was like, I don't give a fuck about a 2.4. That nigga's from Chicago, and that nigga's from the Robert Taylor homes. I'm not cutting that nigga offline, no fucking way. And if you think for a fucking second that I'm cutting that nigga, I'm going to make that nigga, and I'm going to whoop, like I said before, me and this nigga is going to whoop you. What? And I did it. And I did it. I had at least 12 niggas. At least 12 niggas. These niggas like, no. I was like, I put my hands on him, nigga. This nigga's going over. I touched him. He's going over. Fuck you. Fuck you. Come get me. And I said that shit at 19 years old. To niggas that thought they ran shit. Nah, nigga. No, because I got a nigga. I got a P Stone Ranger with me, nigga. I got a P Stone Ranger with me. You got an accountant with you, nigga. Nope. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying that ain't how that works. Tell me I'm lying, Noop. That ain't how that works. Nah, nigga. They going over. Fuck you and your nationals. Fuck you, your national poll mark. Fuck you and your national vice poll mark. Fuck you and your regional poll mark. Fuck you and your regional vice poll mark. Tell them bitch niggas to come to New Orleans and get me for making these niggas. Do you know what happened? Them niggas are noobs. And they got their cards from nationals. Because that's real. That's real. Real. You niggas can be stupid if you want to be stupid. I ain't in the business of being stupid, homie. And you right, Kevin Faulkner. Noops are over 100K strong. And in every fucking city. There's not a city that we can't go to and immediately get with the police. Every one of them. There ain't a single major city in the United States, if you're a Noop, that you cannot go to and immediately get with city councilmen immediately. Immediately. Not with hesitation. Immediately. I am coming to New Orleans. Joe, what noops are in New Orleans? Oh, no worry. Sconey J is in New Orleans. Rod's in New Orleans. Lynn's in New Orleans. Call them. Okay, I'll be in New Orleans. Boom. Sconey, I'll be at the airport. No worries, noops. Boom. My car is there with him in it. And I'm going straight to my hotel that he got for me. That's real. That's United States of America. And that plays out with everybody, man. It plays out with everybody like that. If you got any game whatsoever. We are the police. We are the FBI. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, dog. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, nigga. In Alabama, we are the Senate. We're the state Senate. State Senate in Alabama. My boy, daddy was a U.S. congressman. His daddy's daddy was a U.S. congressman. His cousins are in the police department. His cousins are and I'm talking about in Mobile and Selma. Mobile and Selma. Little Rock and Jackson. Baton Rouge and Port Arthur. And Port Arthur. And Houston. And Dallas. And Austin. And San Antonio. And New York. And Chicago. And LA. And Seattle. And Indianapolis. All of them. Every single solitary one of them. You can walk in, bang the yo, and be like, what's good, Noop? And if they are a Noop worth their fucking salt, they are going to set you out. They are going to set it out. When somebody comes when out in New Orleans, when somebody comes from New York City to New Orleans, and they come to a campus or they go to an alumni, they are treated, or they should be treated, like visiting royalty. They have a barbecue laid out for them. They have liquor laid out for them. They have the Noops there for them. And they rap and they talk and they say, what's going down? I want to do business with this. Oh, you need to talk to this dude. Oh, this dude told me that. Don't listen to that bullshit. That's politics. You need to talk to this dude. That's the bond. And if you don't have that bond, you have nothing, man. You don't have that bond. You don't have nothing. If you say that you're a Crip and you're a Crip, and this is the thing that I talk to y'all young folk about. I don't understand this. I don't understand how there's one Crip here and a different Crip there. If you're a Crip here, you're a Crip there. If you're a Blood here, you're a Blood there. Period. Unless you ain't a Blood. And unless you ain't a Crip. And the Bloods there are going to check with the Bloods there to see if you're a Blood there. And if they find out that you're a Blood there, then you're a Blood there. But if they find out that you weren't a Blood there, you're nothing there. That is how it works. So don't tell me that you can just willy-nilly cut out Jaron Ennis out of the motherfucking welterweight picture. You cannot. That is bad business. That is not a bond. That is not a brotherhood. Because if you're a boxer with Top Rank, you should be a boxer. If you're a boxer with Top Rank, you're a boxer. If you're a boxer with the PBC, you're a boxer. It doesn't matter what your boss at Top Rank has to say about it. It doesn't, because he's not a boxer. Boxers respect boxers. That's what it should be. That's why I say Muhammad Ali and George Foreman fought for 50-50. Once the money was paid by Sesi Mobutu. After that, it's paid for. 50-50. Same thing goes if you're in the black community. If we're going to be black in Texas, and then we should be black in Nebraska. If we're black in Chicago, then we should be black in New York. As long as cats, where you come from, what they call you where you come from was question number one, son. Right? Ain't that what something like that you guys say? What they call you where you from, that was question number one. What they call you where you from, that was question number one. If they don't call you a noob there, you ain't no noob here. What's the confusion? None. If you're a boxer with Top Rank, then you're a boxer with the PBC. Period. You owe your allegiance to the profession, not your district. Not your district. You do. You own it to your fraternity, not your district. Which is why I say that in my own personal life, and niggas can vouch for this shit that are on this chat, I would never lay my hands on another noob, a man that says he wants to be a noob. I would never take him through the process and not complete it unless it was of his own volition. I'm not letting politics of fancy niggas get in the way. I'm not gonna let disembarment from some national fraternity get in my way. I am gonna make you what I said I would make you when you trust me enough to participate with me. Period. If I don't, I'm not a noob. If I don't, I'm not a noob. That's the rules of the noobs. The noobs. That's the rule. Not the kappas. The noobs. Not the fraternity that's incorporated. The noobs. The brothers. The ones that wear the red. The ones with the brands. The ones that took the beatings. The ones that gave the beatings. Fuck the bullshit. We haze. We haze. We haze. Statute of limitations is up. It's true. We haze. You come to us and you say you want to be one of us, we're going to fuck you up. Something fierce. Because you may be bullshitting. You may be one of these niggas that wind up being a mayor of a city and don't do nothing for nobody. You may be one of these niggas that put that shit on your resume and then now you're down with Obama. We walk you into a room with Obama and you forget who brought you in the room. You may be one of them dudes. We don't know ahead of time, but we know ahead of time if you're a noob, we can make that happen. No worries. You want Obama? You got Obama. Give me 6 months. And give me your deck to show me that you deserve that meeting. I'll get you your meeting. It may take 2 meetings. May take 3. But you're going to get that meeting. Ain't no way he's turning me down. No way. I'm from the Chi. And that's where his power rests. He knows it. I know it. We'll make it happen. If you do not believe me, go look up my last name and Barack Obama. I tell all you bitch niggas that. You don't believe me, look up Blackwell and Obama. And you will see, no doubt, he worked for my family. Would not be where he is without my father. No doubt about it. My father vouched for him when he came to Chicago. He's not from there. And we are. And my father vouched for him. And he became a community organizer. How do you organize in a community that you're not from? You don't. You do not walk into Chicago and organize anything unless you are allowed to organize it. And you are not allowed to organize it if somebody does not vouch for you. And if you don't think my father, Robert David Blackwell, vouched for Barack Obama, and that my brother, Robert David Blackwell, vouched and employed him, you don't read the newspaper, nigga. You don't read the newspapers. On God, you don't read the newspapers. The Kennedys vouched for him. That's how he got his speech. How do you think the Kennedys and the Pritzkers are going to vouch for some guy from Hawaii? They wouldn't. Which is why he lost to Bobby Rush. Couldn't win a district seat. Couldn't. Ran for Congress, got his ass handed to him. Was dead in the water. Dead in the water. Politically. Dead in the water. Politically. In the Chi. Tell me I'm lying. And he didn't lose to Bobby Rush for a congressional seat. And then go to downstate in Springfield and win an election. State Senate, currently held by a noob named Kwame Raoul. Kwame Raoul took his spot. He becomes a U.S. Senator. How do you lose a local election where you live and then win a state Senate if you ain't helped? And we ain't forgot. And we ain't forgot, Barack. We ain't forgot. On God, we ain't forgot. We ain't forgot. I ain't forgot. Look me up in the newspaper. Look me up. You think I'm talking shit? Look me up. Look my name up. Martin Blackwell, Chicago. Robert Blackwell, Chicago. Look us up. Look us up. Look us up. My wife is going to tell me to calm down. I hear you, boo-boo. Sorry, baby. I'm almost done. Brother Martin, did your family help Jesse Jackson? He ain't from Chicago. No, absolutely not. My family don't really get along with them. My dad don't really get along with them. That's Operation Push and all that. Not really. My brother a little bit with Jesse Jr. and Cheryl a little bit. That's the only connection we had to the Jacksons was my brother and Jesse Jr. That's it. Other than that, dog, no. We fuck with the white people by and large, just to let you know. Most of our power in Chicago comes from white people because we're not from Chicago. My daddy is from Philly. And y'all know about my daddy in Philly. You know about my granddaddy in Philly. They ran Philly. So my granddad ran Philly. They didn't want my daddy to be some nigga like that in Philly. So they sent my daddy to college. My daddy went to Wichita State, played football, hustled pool at pool halls, dropped out, was a pool hustler. Eleanor Roosevelt's daughter, loves my dad, loves him. One of his best friends is Eleanor Roosevelt's daughter. I have to suspect it has something to do with the relationship of my grandfather and Roosevelt. Because you can't get elected out of Philadelphia without my granddad. You're not going to get the vote. You're not going to get the votes. So there's no votes in Philly. If you can't win Philly, how are you going to win Pennsylvania? And Pennsylvania is one of the biggest electoral sections in the country. So my granddad, who you guys call by names that he is not, because he's a thug, and without a doubt, zip your ass up. That's my granddaddy. That's my people in Philly. That's how they do it. That's not how I do it. That's not me. Wasn't raised around it. But I can tell you without a doubt that my granddaddy ran that bitch. Yes, I'm related to Janae Blackwell. That is my sister. Absolutely. So, my dad moved to Chicago, and he's down with IBM, International Business Machines. He's one of the biggest executives in the Midwest for IBM, a job he got from the Roosevelts. And the Roosevelts, to who he has always stayed in allegiance. Complete and utter allegiance to the Roosevelt family. Because without the Roosevelt family, we would have nothing. Respect to Theodore Roosevelt. Respect to Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Respect to Eleanor Roosevelt. Without them, my family would have nothing. We would be common street criminals in Philadelphia. Absolutely, they're close. My granddad butlered for them. My granddad was a butler. Do you know what butlers do? Butlers manage the houses, and the personal business affairs of their employers. My granddad was a butler with the wealthiest families in Pennsylvania. As a result, his kids went to the best schools, received the best educations, and when they graduated, they got jobs at IBM, at the post office, at different places, because Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Eleanor Roosevelt wanted it for my grandfather's children. That is why my father's businesses made so much money, and why we're in entrepreneurial Hall of Fames. And the Kennedys are in Chicago. They own the Mercantile Exchange. My brother worked in the Merc for years, trading commodities in a building owned by the Kennedys. And I do not forget that. I would never have anything in my life, not my education, not my house, without the Kennedys and without the Roosevelts. And that is just the truth. And I will acknowledge that to anyone. They are the reason why I eat. To this day, they are the reason that I eat. And I've never starved for anything because of those families that gave my family a chance after slavery to use their minds to improve their families. And I say that unabashedly, with great respect for the Kennedys and the Roosevelts. How could I not? Am I a coon for that? Am I a coon for saying that no, the Dailies run Chicago and ran Chicago because they have good relations with the Kennedys and the Roosevelts? No, I will just tell you, I respect them and I appreciate them and I thank them for taking care of me, period. There's a reason you can't breathe on me. There's a reason. And it's not me. It is the love that they had for their butler. How do you like them apples? That is the truth. The difference between me and the people that are still in the hood is because Eleanor Roosevelt and Franklin Delano Roosevelt's families and Joseph Kennedy's family took care and did business with my family. And as a result, they ran Philadelphia. And as a result, they run Chicago. No one fucks with my people in Chicago, and that is a fact that niggas learn to their detriment all the time. Because I am Chi-Town first. First. It don't matter what side. There is no south side without the north side. There's no north side without the downtown. There's no downtown without the west side. There's no Chicago without Indianapolis, and there's no Chicago without Milwaukee. There's no Chicago without that lake. Somebody's been watching Django? No, man. It's not. You just don't understand American history. And that's not my problem. I just explained to you said, I run Chicago. You know you do. You know you run it. Run everywhere you want to run in it, baby. It's yours. Meaning you run a city don't mean you control it. Just so you know. When I say we run Chicago, I don't mean that we make every decision, that we make all the money, that we control what people do. No. By run Chicago, I mean we go where we want to go, when we want to go, and ain't nobody saying nothing about it. We run through Chicago. I don't mean that we control it. I mean, we run through it. We can go where we want to go. If we want to go on the south side, we go through the south side. If we want to go through downtown, we go through downtown. We want to go to the west side and do business, we do business on the west side. It doesn't mean that, oh, I control. No, I don't. No, we don't. But we will do what we can do what we want to do in it as well as anybody else. Right? And if you don't believe me, like I said before, check my record. Check Bob Blackwell. Check Robert Blackwell. Check it. Go ask Mayor Daley if he knows me. Not hard. I've had sit-down meetings with him. I have sat at a table with Mayor Daley there, Mayor Harrington there, and me in a chair, and nobody else in the room. Letting Memphis do business with Chicago. If you don't believe, go ask him. Very easy thing to do. If you think I'm lying, go ask somebody from Chicago if I'm lying. They should be able to tell you pretty quickly, we've never heard of him. We've never heard of them. That's bullshit. If you can go to Chicago and get that, then come back and tell me that. And then tell me the person that said it. Because they ain't from Chicago, if they do. Period. They ain't from the Chi, if they say that. Anyway, though, I went way over. I did a 4-hour show. I wanted to do a long one today. Thank you guys for humoring me. I really do love it. I had a great time. My wife is going to make sure that that I'm not too elevated. One more time, Martin. Last time that I checked, and that ain't a low joke, nigga. Last time that I checked, I'll ride with my family, dog. That has been me my whole life, dog. I will ride with my family. And it never leads me astray. I ride with my family, dog. I ride with my family. My dad rolls with the Roosevelts. He does. He rolls with them. So what am I going to do? I'm going to roll with him. He rolls with the Kennedys. So what am I going to do? I'm going to roll. If I can roll with them, you better believe I'm rolling with the Kennedys. Why wouldn't I? If I can roll with the Pritzkers, why am I going to roll with the Pritzkers? Nigga, I'm rolling with the Pritzkers. Believe it. Believe it. You know what I'm saying? Believe it. Anyway, man, it's been a lot of fun. I'm going to get with you guys tomorrow for a regular show. And with that, I'm out. Deuces.